Let's just jump back into this. The hell are we doing? Okay. Let's do that. It's just...
So, where to next?
You are entering United Colony space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. And complete. Enjoy your stay in New Atlantis.
Can I go now? Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. Just let me land, please. Yes, but I'll be honest, I agree with something Taquota said earlier today. I would need to pretty much
Something you might be interested in.
do a full and total rewrite of the dialogue, like a polishing pass, an editing pass, of the entire script to really pull it up to what I would consider good. Gameplay-wise, though, purely gameplay-wise, it would need a massive polishing pass and some substantial changes.
Please keep moving. Stuff like that.
Where the hell? Okay, there it is. Haven't been back to the starting ship yet. No, I'm... The Sigh... Yeah, this game needs a new engine. The Sigh was because I feel like I'm not getting anywhere, even though I've been doing stuff this whole time. But it feels like side quests just take long, or maybe I'm just not getting them done. I don't know. It feels like my quest log is getting larger, not smaller. And that's discouraging. That's the Sigh. I agree completely. The shipbuilder is really good. It's weirdly good. It's just about as good as I was hoping for. I could niggle. There are things that can make it even better. And the tutorialization is total crap. Let's just be honest about that. But yeah, when we get more parts, when we actually start doing it for real instead of just playing around with it, we'll see what we think of it. Let's go try to empty our quest log a little bit, shall we?
There are always about 1,000,000 things to do, and I'm only one person. It's so overwhelming. Hey! Oh, you're not Carl. Sorry, I shouldn't assume. Maybe you go by Carl. You're just not the Carl I was waiting for. We're supposed to be investigating a power drain down here. People have been reporting brownouts for a while, and Mass finally decided to follow up on it. I can't be in two places at once, and Carl isn't here. So I'm just trying to look inconspicuous.
Yeah, I got you back.
Well, since you're here and Carl isn't, and I really want to get this solved, I will take you up on that. What I need is very technical. I can talk you through it remotely. I'm gonna head to the monitoring station. The first box we're looking for is over near UC Surplus. You know, Antonio's place. I can contact you once you get there.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I do apologize for the delay. I actually have played Rebel Galaxy. In fact, I've streamed Rebel Galaxy, although not since the Oblivion line. And I think I absolutely agree with you. That was a really cool game, hampered by being so grindy that I got really, really bored several hours in. It was a damn shame, because, like, I honestly really enjoyed what was there. But yeah, having this kind of a shipbuilder in Rebel Galaxy, oh, that would be so cool. And yes, please post your pick, Chemic.
Power kept going out. Know what it was?
That's it. Great job. So that trip to secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez, okay. Okay, got it.
Oh, I see what you
Next
mean.
one is way down past Jake's. And maybe up a story or two? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
That's not quite what I would call a donut ship, but that's pretty solid. No pun intended, Kevin. If we just MSQ it, well, let's just say that people have already been speedrunning this game. In fact, let's go see really quick while we're here. I know that Tomato Anus has already been doing runs for this game. In fact, I think he's the world record holder. Nope, I'm wrong. He's now in the number 3 slot. Looks like it takes about 31 minutes and 43 seconds to go through the MSQ. And honestly, that's a little slow for a BRPG. Because, you know, you can break these games in half. Yeah, every time he goes to an event, he has to call himself Tomato Angus. The G is silent. Yeah, I saw your ship. I think your ship is really cool looking. Especially like the undercarriage. I noticed you used the same gun thing that I just used on the Crab Walker I was just working with. It is legit. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know why they keep using variations on the same engine. Now, again, I understand that making a brand new engine from scratch is a huge deal. I also understand that large-scale companies are very hesitant to use someone else's engine because then they're going to owe that other company a lot of money. So, like, for example, someone suggested earlier today, why don't they just use the Unreal Engine? The answer to that, I'll tell you the answer to that, is that that means the next Elder Scrolls game will be paying out millions of dollars to Epic for the privilege of using their game. And I kind of don't blame them for that. Not just because I don't like Unreal, or Epic, excuse me, but because you can see why they would hesitate to do that. But look at it this way. You can keep using the same engine because it's good enough. You can spend a lot of time and money in order to make a new engine, or you could spend a lot of money using someone else's engine. So you can kind of see the logic there. Having said that, there's this concept. It's called tech debt. And tech debt is something we actually discussed over in Oxygen Not Included. Because it applied in a game, in an industrial logistics kind of a game like that one. Tech debt is when you do something that will not work long term, but it's there for the short term. And the longer that patch fix is there, the more likely you're going to have problems further down the line, right? In most companies, this usually means, okay, we're going to do a patch fix for this thing, and it doesn't work and needs repair frequently. So we have to spend time and money repairing the program or repairing the hardware or whatever periodically over time. They are in tech debt. Now, here's the really messed up part. Logically speaking, there are lots of reasons why you would want to avoid paying off tech debt, which I know sounds strange, but I mean that. Paying off tech debt is usually extensive, expensive, and doesn't have an immediate return on investment, right? So if you try to pay off that tech debt, you will spend a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money on something that seems thankless. Here's the catch. When I say seems thankless, I mean it. It depends on how long-term you're thinking. Because paying off tech debt is almost always the right call long-term. Because eventually, that tech debt will, now that it's paid off, will not keep accruing and make things worse further down the line. And so when you get to further down the line, you're in a much better position to deal with those things and don't have the issues you otherwise would have had. I'll use video games as an example here. FF14 has a massive tech debt, which they have chipped away at a couple of times, but they've never done what I personally think they should do. They should take an entire expansion to just solve tech debt, to just spend an entire expansion's worth of time and effort and budget going back and smoothing over all that spaghetti code underneath it. And that's my opinion. And I'm not just saying that in a vacuum, because I could say that because WoW did that. Warlords of Draenor was a tech debt expansion. It did its own things, and it did some other stuff. But Warlords was an expansion where they just completely overhauled the engine under the hood, added new functionality, added new physics, all kinds of stuff. They did a huge amount of work under the hood and completely overhauled WoW, and that's been paying off ever since. WoW still plays very smoothly and very tightly, and they can do some crazy things with WoW because they spent that expansion paying off their tech debt. And yes, it did, Ross. I should probably mention that WoW spends every expansion paying off tech debt. But my point is they spent a huge chunk of time doing the big one, right? Like just smashing out all the spaghetti code issues, all the bunny spawn issues, etc., 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 that were happening under the hood that had been getting worse and worse and worse and worse. So, I'm hopeful Dawn Trail is going to do that for FF14 because that would be awesome. And I'm more than willing to support them. Actually, not that I count. I stay subbed to FF14 even though I don't play it off camera, pretty much just to be like, here, I support you. Keep going. Please keep going. Oh God, please keep going. You're the only good thing coming out of Square. No, that's an exaggeration. Not a big exaggeration. Please keep FF14 going. All right, so. Sorry, bringing this back to Starfield. Obviously, they've been pushing the engine forward. I mean, the engine that's here is not the engine that was used for Morrowind. Duh, right? Or the one for Oblivion, or the one for Vault. Every single one of them has been a step forward. But the problem here, and people much smarter than me have really dissected this in depth, is that every single major issue that every game from Skyrim onward has been running into is because there's just underpinning elements of the base engine that are the same and have been the same for 20 years. You can only push an engine so far. Even if you iterate and update and all that, there's only so much you can actually do. I really, really believe that if they sat down, that looks nice, can't make it like that. If they sat down, spent the time, spent the effort, and just built a new engine from scratch, that would be overall beneficial to them long term. Might not pay off immediately. We might have to get a crap game in order to be a tech demo for that new engine. But now the other option, paying to see someone else's engine, I understand why they don't want to do that. So there's two really big reasons why they don't. I've already kind of mentioned the one.
You should be near the next junction box. This section isn't used very much these days, so maybe a little harder to see.
No, it's right there. I don't... If I was making my own little indie game, which is going to move, a few dozen units, a few dozen thousand units, or maybe 6-digit units, then yeah, I'd be much more amenable to going ahead and using someone else's third-party engine, especially since the Unreal Engine is legit. As many issues I have with Epic, the Unreal Engine is pretty legit. So, the problem is, there's a scaling thing here. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to sell extremely well. I can tell you that right now with 100% certainty. Because the name of the game will be Elder Scrolls 6. I need no additional information to tell you that game is going to sell well. They don't want to use another person's engine that they're going to have to pay royalties on for that. Now, that's problem one. Hang on. There is actually a problem number two there. And problem number two is effectively having to essentially have a bit of the equivalent of tech debt. Now, they'll pay it off immediately, but they're going to have to bring all of their dev staff on board an engine they're not familiar with, and they're going to have to spend months, or possibly even over a year, just getting all the people involved in the dev team on board with the new engine. That's a whole lot of time and effort trying to learn a new engine for something that already kind of has a detriment attached to it. So, I can understand, like if I was project lead, I probably wouldn't go that direction with it. Because at that point, we're already losing the time, we're already losing the money, just to make the new engine. Like at that point, it's a little bit of extra money, it's a little bit of extra time to just make our own freaking engine. let's just do that. And yeah, Vigilant is right. The Unreal Engine might be better for what they want to do. That's kind of a hypothetical. It's also worth noting, if we're being completely honest, that a new engine would also be a hypothetical. It's not going to magically fix everything, after all. Oh, I agree, Von Falkenstein. I agree with you completely. Like I said, the only reason I wouldn't do it in this case is because this is Bethesda. The numbers they push are crazy. Now, having said that, I actually agree with Meadfist. Bethesda probably still thinks they're on top of the heap, and they super duper are not. And that sucks, for various reasons. But that leads me to the final benefit of coming up with a new engine. You can license the engine out. Now, how viable that is a huge asterisk. Whether other people will be interested, whether you can do a new deal with it, whether it's got the proper tools for it, whether it's really worth using, whether anybody, whether you design it well enough that it's worth a damn. As Blade Cheval points out, you can make a new Frostbite, right? But, at the same time, if the engine is good, then not only have you got a nice, solid new engine for your new games for a while, but you can license those out to other people and start pulling in some income from other people using your engine. It is, in very simplicity, a gamble, and that, I'm sorry for the long roundabout answer, is why they haven't done it. If there's one thing we can predict from higher-up executives, especially here in the States, it's that they are pathologically allergic to risk. Now, I kind of understand why, but they're stupid for being that way. Risk is necessary in business in general, especially in high-end business when you're dealing with millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. You have to take risks. That's life. That's literally how economics works. They really, really need to be willing to take these kind of gambles. And this is a fairly calculated gamble. The worst case scenario here is they will be pushed back several years on the production of the next game, and they'll be out quite a bit of money on developing the new engine, which isn't really that much of a detriment from where they're already going to be, especially given the fact that I guarantee you, if Elder Scrolls 6 comes out on this piece of crap, that's not great. They can do better. I know they can do better. But I could also be extremely wrong. Yeah, it's really funny. Chemic is absolutely correct. For the longest time, I thought Fallout 76 was exactly what I just described. The tech demo game in order to test better new engine. That was my first thought when I saw Fallout 76. I was, of course, extremely wrong.
That's the one. Next one's not too far. Dead end. Right down from Jake's. Right under that apartment they've been trying to sell.
Whoops, 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 whoops. No, no.
Good luck with that, right?
Now, id Tech 7. I mean, if they want to make a shooter, let them make a shooter, am I right? You know, that's a valid point too, Meadfist. I don't know.
You should be near the next junction box. And if those squatters never cleared out, I would suggest avoiding eye contact. It should be fine. Another switch flipped, another lead to follow. And the lights in here just flickered too. The wiring is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near the Trade Authority. Okay, just find that and, maybe don't talk to anyone about it just yet.
Saw your ship coming.
Quick side note. This area looks much more like a city than the rest of this city does. Remember the complaint I had about New Atlantis' big, open, dead area? This is much better, despite being much smaller and much more contained.
Even well, the Trade Authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it?
The Trade Authority has access to goods and services no one else does. No one.
What engine is Star Citizen using? Does anyone know? Or can look it up? Ah. No, but I'm honestly curious.
The final box I need you to deal with should be right around there. Unfortunately, I just realized you're in for a real tangle of cabling. Like 200 years of field attempts to rewire things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. Anyway, there should be a series of secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can access the junction box. I don't remember the order, but flip levers until all those circuits are powered down.
That's... interesting choice. Yeah, Warcraft code. Okay, there.
Stick to targets that shoot back, okay?
Oh, sorry. I was shooting Warcraft code. I didn't realize Italians aren't allowed to shoot back.
Wow, you got it. Really well done. You saved me like a week of work. Why didn't you meet me at the monitoring station, near where we met?
So, I don't know. I will admit, and I will freely admit, my knowledge about game design engines is a little out of date at this point, because researching that kind of thing takes time, and as time progresses, I just kind of fall behind as I focus my efforts on other things. It is entirely possible
Don't mind me. Just a weary man, resting his feet.
that I am just completely off my rocker and completely off the mark with regards to the whole engine thing in general.
Signed up for a test pilot program just the other day. I'm not gonna end up...
I don't know. It's also entirely possible that everything I mentioned with regards to the engine is not actually the core issues of the game. Who knows? I wish I had a map. I don't even have a local map.
It's much more functional.
Okay, sounds good.
Well, yeah, like cell size is actually a problem with this game. Like you've noticed, a lot of the town areas are actually divided into separate areas, and the entire thing about the lack of a vehicle for the space areas is something that might be an engine issue. And again, I got to stress that word, might. I don't know.
Did I say thank you? Because thank you. There's
Welcome.
no way I could have done that in a reasonable amount of time all by myself.
Happy to help you.
Well, not everyone would be, and I appreciate it. Thanks to your help, I was able to trace the power drain. I know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, the source is exactly where I was afraid it was. The Trade Authority. So, that's something that I'll need to deal with. That'll be fun. If you want to tag along, I certainly wouldn't complain, but if not, then this is where we part ways. So thanks to you, we've got evidence that the Trade Authority is behind the power drain being reported down here. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Trade Authority, but Zoe is intimidating.
I've sold body parts to them. Does that count?
To go in there, but I really don't want to. You think you'd be willing to go with me? Just make sure this doesn't go badly?
Yeah, I got you back.
Thanks. That means a lot. I can do the talking, I think. Just be ready for, well, anything.
Yeah, I got a gun. We're cool. I got a good gun, even. Look at all that ammo. Jesus. I swear my ammo account hasn't moved since I last fired this thing. Hang on. Okay, just making sure. Oh, I do too, Kemi. The guns are bizarrely well designed and well detailed. Like, here. Really take a moment to soak this thing in. Look at that. Look at the detailing on that texture. Yeah, they spent years. They spent 8 years. This is kind of crazy how detailed and how well designed this is. I found a few guns. Oh yeah, the inside of the ship, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant looking. Probably Chemic. I'm still kind of running around doing side quests. Listen, I'll always appreciate good gun design in a video game. I mean, you know my approach, okay? You can all make fun, and that's your right and your privilege. But if I see something that's well designed in a game, I pretty much have to give it a positive. Because it's well designed. That's how that works. I don't know how this game's going to review in the end. I really don't. If I could just be real for a second, this is such a bipolar game. And it's so obvious that there are sections which are just so much differently designed. I can almost feel the years in between when they would design one thing and then when they would design another. You know what I mean? Like an 8-year development time. Dragon Age Origins was like this too. 8-year development time means there's an entire possibility that they have actually designed stuff and then put it down and then walked away from it for, you know, X amount of time and then come back to it later. And by back to it, I mean back to something else, but it's connected to the other thing. Oh my goodness. Well, that's an interesting point, because sometimes the good stuff, also true of Meat Fist, sometimes the good stuff is made first, sometimes the good stuff is made last. That kind of depends on the individual team. Knowing, does work code. Knowing your own team's capabilities kind of is a good thing that a project lead should know. If your team does your best stuff at the beginning of a development cycle, then you want to focus on the stuff that really matters first. Get the intro, get the outro, get some of the core mechanics out. The stuff that's going to be a lot of time, a lot of effort. The things that matter most. If, by contrast, you're in charge of a team that gains steam over time and gets better at developing over time, you need them to be really focusing on other stuff and then eventually build up to doing the stuff that matters. It's one of the reasons why most video games, the intro is one of the last things they develop, because by that point they've figured out everything else in the game. They can focus and do their best work for designing the best intro they possibly can. What game was that? Because I remember what you're talking about on Falkenstein. Although, by the way, Mass Effect Andromeda kind of fell into that a bit. Do you remember that? Where it was clear that they put more time and effort into the outro of Andromeda than most of the rest of the game.
You're out there a lot, right? In space? Just do us all a favor and never turn into one of those spacers.
You'll have to remind me of your name, dear. I'm afraid I can't keep track of all you little worker drones.
I'm Luisa Reyes. Well, you know that, because I've been in here 3 times.
Yes, of course you are. And what was it you were accusing me of with absolutely no...
This is murder! You're on your own! What are you doing? Not gonna last much longer. No way! I am not going to help you murder these people!
We couldn't even kill her! We couldn't even kill her! Sorry.
Yes, of course you are. And what was it you were accusing me of with absolutely no evidence?
The power drain is coming from your building, Zoe. You and I both know it, and now I can prove it.
I'm sorry, what?
We traced the drain, checked the grid. It led us here. You can't talk your way out of this.
I'm going to ask you to wait here a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I really hate to do this. I would like to argue for a potential negative for overuse of essential NPCs. We talked about this on the first day. I'm okay with the essential flag, really. But something Bethesda's been doing every game since Skyrim is overdoing it. Overdoing it on that. And more and more and more and more NPCs getting the essential flag. I get why they do it, I just massively disagree. As I've already pointed out, the easy answer, the easy bypass answer for this is to make a freaking pop-up that shows up anytime an essential flagged NPC is killed and say, hey, don't, you're screwed now. FYI. You might want to reload, right? Something like that. Just my opinion. Well, see, no, that's absolutely why they say they do it, Warcraft Code. But here's the problem. I would actually rather that we lack the ability to fight around NPCs. In other words, we can't even attack essential NPCs. Oh yeah, you know what? Make it a gameplay option. Absolutely, Kevin. That would work great. But I would rather they make it so that you just can't attack these people. Like, you can't even draw your weapon, right? We've played games like that, where there's a peace mode or a pacifist zone, where you can't draw your weapon and you can't shoot. And just make towns and quest areas a pacifist zone. There you go. Boom. That would bother me so much less than the fact that I could just open fire in the middle of town, but for no reason. There has long since stopped being a benefit to being able to do that. Now, the much more long-term and difficult answer to this would be to go ahead and design each quest to accommodate death. Maybe not every quest. Maybe make some quests failable. But make it so that there are still ways to accomplish objectives after killing people. By the way, this is kind of what they used to do, if you remember. Oblivion, Fallout 3, and Morrowind, all three of those had options where you could kill certain NPCs and still be able to progress their quest by some other vector, right? Now, that is more work. Let's be clear about that. That's more work, that's more effort, that's more labyrinthine codes. That's what Baldur's Gate 3 did, if you remember, to use a recent example of this concept. So I understand that that's not something you necessarily want to have on the table, but that's also an option. Yeah, no, exactly. It's that extra mile that would just... All three games I just mentioned are probably going to score pretty well on quest design, in part because of what I just said. Morrowind, Fallout 3, and Oblivion all felt kind of awesome that there were multiple roads to progressing through a lot of quests, in part because you could just straight up kill some people. There's actually another addendum there, too. I know this sounds weird, but making it so you can kill someone means you can screw up on the quest and still progress. Maybe the normal method through a quest is to succeed as a persuasion check. Maybe it's to have a certain item, which you may or may not have. Maybe it's to pickpocket something that you may or may not have access to. Or you may fail at pickpocketing. But then being able to kill the person and loot the item off of them allows you to bypass all these things and still progress the quest. It gives the player that extra choice and that extra option to still engage in the content. And that's cool, in my opinion. I like that sort of thing. As much as I joke, I'm not actually in big favor of being a murder hobo in a game like this. But it is a good option to have, in my opinion. One second. So we're putting that towards the Invincible. And it absolutely is towards three things, Chemic. Cyberpunk and Dealer's Choice, which I'll figure out later. Thank you. for being a part of my show, Chemic. I do appreciate you. I appreciate you hanging around and being negative about a game you like. And I mean that with total sincerity. I have encountered so much drivel, especially lately, especially in the last few weeks, about people not being super happy about me being negative games. It's nice to see someone who's just civil about it. Thank you. And thank you to me, always. Always appreciate, always oblige the sub. I will put that towards dealer's choice. And then more towards dealer's choice. There's so much dealer's choice going on here. It's actually getting more common, which I will take as a good sign. I am anticipating, for whatever it's worth, that once we start getting to more meat quests, like the faction quest and the MSQ, that we'll see some more positives be tossed out here. But for now, we are doing the typical thing, as I think it was Lord Harromont mentioned earlier. We're going to go ahead and do all the side stuff, then we'll work up to the Prime Opt, and then we'll work up to the MSQ. If you remember, that's exactly how we did Cyberpunk, for example. Yeah, exactly, Mike Romano. We haven't even touched the faction stuff yet, on purpose. And let's be honest, faction stuff is usually the meat of a BRPG, my opinion. Like, let's go back to the one that I can speak of positively, or with certainty, which is Oblivion. What are the best quests in Oblivion? Right? That's on both axes, too, story and gameplay. The faction quests are awesome. Yes, listen, WoW is all about the Horde fighting the Alliance for absolutely no reason. Thank you, Uthor. Oh, man. It's such a dumb thing, but that Mage's Guild ring, that just got me so hard.
Okay, just be ready for anything. I don't know if she's going to come out of there with a gun or call in mercenaries or what.
Don't worry. Whatever happens, we're prepared to handle the situation.
I don't want this to turn out violent if we can avoid it, okay?
Just relax. Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay, you're probably right. Just need to breathe.
Well, Miss Reyes, I apologize for not taking this matter more seriously. I assure you I will eagerly assist in getting to the bottom of this.
No, you're not weaseling out of this. We got to the bottom of it. You are the bottom.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for your work, but I do a little more research before casting aspersions. Someone has indeed been using this location through which to route electrical power. It is not the Trade Authority. I've had my suspicions for a while, and have been keeping detailed notes, which I'm happy to share with you. For now, though, what do we do next?
Wait, what?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I presume you've been assisting Miss Reyes in tracking down this little problem. Well, clearly there's more work to be done. Why don't you continue the work you've been doing with an assurance that the Trade Authority will compensate you for your time? I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes. With Mast's access to the grid, we'll find out who did this soon enough. And why. Presumably, you're the one who's been doing the field work, so I believe you'll find there's another junction box out there in the well that needs your attention.
Okay, well...
Are there sniper rifles in this game, by the way?
For the moment, let's assume this is all legitimate. I can sort out the details with Zoe. So why don't you go investigate the next junction box? Hey, I thought you were out there, you know, solving this.
Are we gonna come back and she's gonna be, like, dead? Gone. So, Nimi, it's okay. I'm sure you spent a long time and effort carefully looking over the list and looking at the specific options available there and very carefully considering them. Okay, I'm getting physicsed. Hang on. Perfect. Awesome. I do appreciate that. I've noticed there is a trend towards dealer's choicing lately, and I really do appreciate it. For those of you who are not in the know, after we finish the WoW run, specifically, that's the line, that's the marker. we're going to go ahead and start finally doing the new policy, which has actually technically been in place for like 2 years now, of actually putting dealer's choice towards games I want to play. I've actually already started doing some prep work to more organize the lists of games I want to play into a more digestible and organized format, so we can get working on that once we're done with the WoW review, obviously. Don't mistake me, I love playing a large variety of games that you guys donate for as well, but it'll be nice to actually pick some games every now and again. Well, DSP isn't out yet, FML word. Just like this is satisfactory. Having said that, where is up? Having said that, I do feel like there is definitely going to be a couple of builder games showing up. Correct, Churen. If you say nothing, it automatically goes towards dealer's choice. That's not me trying to claim it, that's me trying to, you know, put the donation towards something. Because otherwise it goes towards nothing. You may or may not have noticed several of the games that got funded over the last period, the thank you streams I've been doing, have all been funded with dealer's choice, and a lot of that came from Patreon, because the overwhelming majority of people on Patreon do not put their monthly funding, their monthly support towards something. And I mean like 80% of people don't put their patronage towards something, to give you better numbers on that.
Boo! Did I scare you?
Yes. A big disappointment game at last year? Oh god, probably. I'm pretty sure I gave it an LGA for it, on awards. Okay. I can do this, I can make this happen. Oh no, it's a huge percentage, Savacom. It's a gargantuan percentage. Was it XCOM? I think it was XCOM. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's pushing me off the pipes. Okay. How else do I get over there? Actually, I do have the awards saved. They're not only on the website, they're time-stamped. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Shut up, past me. Alright, so most disappointing game. Most unexpectedly bad game, probably. Yep, I gave it to XCOM 2. That's exactly what I expected it to be. Your guys' most disappointing game last year was Subnautica Below Zero, which I agree with as well. Like, God, that was just disheartening. Hey, Ross, are you there? If you're there on the VOD, Ross.
Oh wow, that watch is super cool.
You know how you say you felt during the Breath of Fire 3 and the Super Mario Bros. 3 run? That's exactly how I felt during the XCOM 2 run. It was just like, what is wrong with me? Why is this game so much worse than I remember? The summary of Subnautica Below Zero. I don't know if I could summarize the problems there with that game. Subnautica was brilliantly crafted. It used there's two, purely on the gameplay axis, there's two things it did really, really, really well. How they designed oxygen and how they designed the levels, the flow of the levels. There was a great, very natural, very organic progression. You start off in the shallows, you can only hold your breath so long. That gives you an automatic limit on how far down you can go, what you can grab, because you then have to get right back up, excuse me. As you get the new oxygen tube, as you get the faster flippers, as you get access to the gear and the equipment, as you go far down, you gain access to more and more things, which slowly expand into the world space, how far down you can go. And as you keep going down, you find more and more and more things, which enable you to keep progressing. Brilliant level design. And all that's just on the gameplay axis. Never mind the wonderful atmosphere and the sound design, all that wonderful, incredible stuff. But yeah, exactly. Below Zero didn't have any of that. Below Zero was just kind of go here and then back and then go here and then back and then go here. There was a lot of backtracking. There was no natural flow to the development. There was no slowly expanding area. I know, Lord Herma. There was nothing. It was just boop, 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 boop. And that was it. It just lacked that amazing polish that made Subnautica so fun. I have played Subnautica 3 times at this point in my life, and I've never gotten bored of it. Like, I wouldn't mind playing it a 4th time at this point, to be honest with you. But Below Zero? Now, Below Zero had some good things. I love the truck. I love the truck. And it added several elements to the world building, which was interesting. And they came close to a terrifying sequence. One terrifying sequence, which I'm not going to spoil it, but worms. But the rest of the game just fell flat, and I was so disappointed by it. But yes, it was originally supposed to be an expansion, and good lord does it sound like one. The quality was below zero. I don't know, the glitch runs of Subnautica are wild. I am this close to TCLing and just getting over there, because I cannot figure out how to get over here. And I probably had the misadvantage of going directly from the first Subnautica to the second Subnautica. That was not a good choice. I mean, it was a good choice. It was actually a good choice. But man, that put it into stark contrast, you know. Anyways, someone mentioned... Oh, right. Oh, God, I forgot this was even a thing. No, don't do that. Put it away. Put it away. There we go. Someone mentioned there's... oh, the question bot is dead. Someone mentioned there's something new going on with Subnautica. Does anyone know what that is? Oh, right. That's the new game where the idiots at, I think it was Warner, were like, yeah, no, we're totally going a live service game. And they had to actually correct them and be like, no, you're stupid. What we mean is it's a game that'll be an updated game, which is not what a live service game means, by the way, at all. Now, in the interest of honesty and fairness, it is within the realm of possibility that that was a statement meant intentionally and deliberately. That they were actually going to... Aha! Thank you. Thanks, Vincent. That they were going to... They were thinking about turning Subnautica 3 into a live service game. Because something that some people will do is they will make an announcement as a poll. By announcing, here's what we're doing. And then seeing the reaction from people, that gives them some very tangible and very valid feedback on how people feel about that, whether they should go ahead with it, etc. It's a little scummy, but that is a technique that's been used to good effect over the years on certain games and in certain companies. So, for example, yeah, we're going to make Subnautica 3 a live service game. And then people go, yeah! And it's like, okay, let's walk away from that.
Be getting close. Hello? Is this functional? I insist that you provide updates for any suspicious activity. Is that clear? And Zoe's here too, if you hadn't guessed. We've agreed to work together on this. Once you throw the switch, we can direct you to the next junction box.
Speaking of things I have not actually messed with yet. And yes, to be very clear, it was the publisher that said it was going to be live service. And then they had to kind of get some pushback on that. And yeah, publishers tend to say things for shareholders. And shareholders are stupid. To say that as absolutely bluntly as I possibly can. Shareholders have absolutely no idea what they actually want. Really. Shareholders like big, fancy buzzwords that are the kind of things that are... Anybody with a brain would be like, oh my god, that's terrible. And you know, pretty much demonstrably make the game worse. Yeah, exactly, Kemek. Bingo. Shareholders have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, what they're doing. Most shareholders aren't even aware of those kind of announcements, so they tend to hire other people to do those kind of deal with those things for them. And the holding companies, which is what we usually mean when we say shareholders, they're just like, "Are you doing this? Okay, good." That's all they care about. Yes, by the way, co-op. I've been wanting a co-op Subnautica for so long. And I know what you're going to say. Hang on. A horrifying nightmare death game like Subnautica would be a terrible, terrible pick for a co-op game. Allow me to privately and personally disagree, because I have played a number of games that aren't quite Subnautica, but by sheer virtue of the inclusion of another player, made that game so much better, especially on the build or survival side of things. Games like RimWorld, games like Factorio, games like Grounded. Those there's another one I can never think of the name of. It's by the Scam developers. Games like Raft. Pax and I have both wanted a Subnautica co-op mod for years at this point. Now, there is a mod to add some co-op support for Subnautica. It's kind of crap. It's because it's forcing the engine to do something it absolutely isn't prepared or capable of doing. And so it has some very serious issues. But man, if they actually pull that off. Okay, so I need mats. I need lots of mats that I do not have. But we've got some good default. I like this system, by the way. This is probably going under another positive territory here. Being able to mod each part of the gun individually is awesome. Decent array of options is awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we can go ahead and just craft a mod on the fly, assuming we have the mats. That's cool. I love it. Let's jot that down. No. Actually, let me think about that for a second. You cannot take mods off weapons. That sucks. I guess this would be... That actually does suck. So the way that's probably going to fall out is that's probably, no pun intended, is that's probably going to be a single positive instead of a system that probably should be multi-positives, like something in Fallout 4 would be. That sucks, but whatever. Boop.
That's it, thanks. Let's just take a look here.
And, sorry, thank you very, very much, God Emperor's Finest. I do appreciate the support and the sub, and if you want to put the doors up to 3 things, please let me know. As for your question, Starfield is a really bipolar game so far. There are things I like in this game, and there are things I don't, and they're pretty much side by side. I usually like to use food analogies for this, but I don't even have a food analogy for this. This game is weird. The more I delve into it, I'm looking forward to, in about a year's time, a big, in-depth expose by someone who's a big person in the industry, who will confirm everything I've suspected and theorized about this game, purely from virtue of reverse analysis. Like, I'm trying to reverse engineer what's going on under the hood. And, like, someone somewhere is eventually going to actually dig into this and be like, here! And I'm going to be like, I was right! I was good. I was right! I was right!
You want the head for box 45A. It should be near Apex Electronics. You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one. It's on the same level. I appreciate that you've listened to reason. The junction box should be just nearby. We'll have this solved in short order. Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
Well, okay. Which one's this one? This is 47B. Where's 45A? I lost 45A on the tracker. What about that situation caused issues, Uthor? If you don't mind my asking. He's down here somewhere. Whoops. Oh my god, it's Todd Howard himself! Todd, will you be my Valentine? A couple days late, but I already made the joke then, so I'm sticking to my guns.
Keep it close. Never know what might happen.
We'll shoot. Well, I don't know where 45A is, so we're just going to go up now. No, don't do that. Really minor complaint. I'm not going to ding the game for it. But there's a little red icon indicating that that's, you know, trespassing, which is nice. I kind of preferred in the older games when the whole HUD element was red to indicate, hey, you know, this is trespassing. God, I have no idea, Panka. I don't appear to have an alternate objective right now. Do I consider Todd Howard a liar? That is an interesting question. No. And I know that I'm going to get blasted for that, but I'm going to stand by it. Todd has, I've said this before, Todd Howard has very high charisma score. Yeah, he, as Gum Gum says, he's the speaker. He's the person who you put on camera to talk up your game. Now, whether or not he lies about that is actually kind of trickier than it sounds, especially depending on how much actual connection he has to the actual development process. And a statement which I have no knowledge of. Let me try to phrase this a little bit differently. Let's say I'm making a game, and let's say Huthor in chat is in charge of plugging the game I'm making. Now, if Huthor is working with me on this game side by side, and Huthor goes out and lies about it, then yeah, he's a friggin' liar. But if I just hand the job and say, hey, Huthor, go make this, and then Huthor wanders out and just comes up with whatever he can, well, then he's not really a liar, he is misinformed, and there is a distinction there. It's his job to talk it up, and so he talks it up in the absence of actual information. Now, what's his name? Is it Sean Murray? The No Man's Sky guy. He's closer to a liar, I would say, than Todd Howard is. And I say that knowing that No Man's Sky absolutely has followed through on the insane promises that they made. And No Man's Sky is actually a really legitimately good game nowadays. So, No Man's Sky, sure, and Sean Murray, sure, but the fact is Sean Murray has been caught provably lying, Jesus Christ, hey kiddo, multiple times leading up to No Man's Sky's release. The fact that the game eventually became a good game does not diminish that. I will say this. For whatever Todd Howard does and doesn't do, he's no Peter Molyneux, because Peter Molyneux is a goddamn scam artist. Peter Molyneux isn't a liar. Peter Molyneux is an asshole who is just a scumlord, who actively goes out of his way to not just misinform people, but to actively try to cheat people out of things, try to come up with a scam, which he is well aware of. He's a con artist, put very, very simply. And that's Peter Molyneux. Forgive me for being really vitriolic here, but Peter Molyneux could go directly to hell. I actually have legitimate bile towards that man. And I'm making this distinction because we're building a bit of a gradient here, and I'm not 100% sure where Todd Howard sits on that gradient. I will say this, however, I legitimately believed Todd Howard when he spoke with passion about this game. And either he's a liar, which is entirely possible, or he's deluded. I'm not sure which it is.
Adequately done. Miss Reyes and I have both noted that the next node in this trace is not on any of the current diagrams.
She means it's not in the well. It's somewhere on the surface, which technically means it's not my responsibility.
Expecting me to jump down after
However,
you?
we agreed that we all like to see this through. If you head topside, I'll pull up the diagrams we need.
Yeah, no, Peter Molyneux probably at least a little bit believes his own snake oil. We'll see. to the spaceport. Hi, kiddo. You want me to turn off the fan? In fact, I'm just gonna do it. Boop.
Miss Reyes is still collecting the necessary diagrams and blueprints to accurately assess the situation. Before she returns, I'm going to make you an offer. Whatever you find at the end of this path, you bring it to me first. I'll be certain that Mast gets what it needs, but I trade in valuable information. I suspect you're going to find some. I guarantee you the Trade Authority will pay well. Consider that as you head towards the residential district. We can't pinpoint the source yet, but it's somewhere over there.
Hi. How you doing?
Now, here's the thing. I'm trying to think of the least nice way I could put this. It's entirely possible that Todd Howard is like the completionist. And if that's true, that is a damn shame.
I've flown across most of the settled systems in all manners of spacecraft.
Alright, so kiddo, we can give the money to the evil corporate lady, or we can give it to the local mechanic. Which one do you think we should do?
Keep the money.
Keep the money? Are you familiar with the level of scumlord dickbaggery that the completionist is and has been doing for over a decade, Cashel?
Hey, you should be getting close. Looks like it's somewhere near Athena Tower. Zoe says there's a junction box on the building's exterior. I'm not sure why she knows that.
One never knows when information might be useful.
Okay, well, we're going to discuss that later. I'll check in once you flip the switch.
Okay. Let me start by saying that some random streamer talking in brief about this is not going to get across the information. I have made my own judgment on this matter based on actually having done some real research on this matter, because false and fake and scam charities are kind of a pet project thing of mine, and it's one of the reasons why I try very, very hard to be very, very careful about who and where I donate things towards. So, the completionist has recently been caught in a tremendous amount of misinformation, disinformation, lies, scamming, and general just some crap with regards to a charity he's been pushing for a very long time, in the years range. And where that lands, who knows? But let me explain the specific reason I brought it up, because that doesn't really matter right now. Because every time I've brought this up, and I try not to talk about it, someone immediately attacks me over that and tries to defend him from me. Which is funny, because it's not like he needs defense from me. He probably needs defense from when he's actually brought up on criminal charges for committing charity fraud, which he has objectively done and admitted to. But anyways, no. So, he doesn't need to be defended against me. That's not how that works. But a lot of people have been defending him, and the reason why is because he's very charismatic and very affable. And that's why. You see why I'm comparing this to Todd Howard. Todd Howard has a very high charisma score. Todd Howard is someone who knows how to be genuine and apologetic and humble and energetic, and he knows how to be on camera, and he knows how to sell himself. I've said it so many times. He's the speaker. He's the face. Yeah, he put all the special points into charisma. Now, that doesn't necessarily imply anything. That's why I say this is a potential. I have a very high charisma score, but thankfully I have been proven many, many times to be telling you the freaking truth. It's one of the reasons I try to be so transparent about so many aspects of my show and myself. But if Todd Howard is like the completionist, then either A, he's been a scumlord from day one and has just been lying through his teeth to everybody for years. This is possible. Or B, he's gotten to the point where he's buying into his own hype, which is something a lot of people do when they hit what we usually call the rock star status. When they believe that they're untouchable. When they believe that they actually are doing those kind of good things or helping people out, or, in short, to bring this back to the relevance of Starfield and Todd Howard, it's entirely possible that Todd Howard really does believe Starfield is this amazing, incredible game, and it's just going to blow everything away because it's just everything it always wanted to be, and it's so awesome and blah, blah, blah. That he has drunk the Kool-Aid. Oh, you got it. Okay, sorry. I was going to offer to open for you. Yeah, I was going to say, we can point to people, plenty of people over the years, who have drunk the Kool-Aid, and that's why they are this way. So, we'll see.
Well, that's unexpected. Powering down that junction doesn't show any other connections. Clearly, the source must be inside that residential tower. Yeah, that would make sense. You know, I think I remember seeing a report about power problems on one of the upper floors. I bet it's related. See if you can get up there.
Another reason I like to have people disagree with me, I swear this is related, is it helps me to avoid the yes man problem. The last thing I want is for everyone to agree with me all the time. I mean, I suppose it would be ideal for people to agree with me all the time. But the point being, always be a little self-critical, you know? Always just double-check yourself and be like, well, no, hold up. Hold up. Even if, see, part of the problem there, too, is if you disagree with me and you poke at me, and even if I decide to go ahead and stick to my guns and stick to my original point, then I have at least self-checked, right? There has been a process of, hang on, am I wrong? No, okay, I have double-checked. I still agree with this process. So even if you don't agree with the person that disagrees with you, as weird as that sounds, it's still a valid and enjoyable part of the process. And yeah, exactly, Wolf Alex. If someone's going to agree with me, I want them to legitimately agree with me. This is a locked door.
Easy money.
Nice apartment. Nicer than my apartment. Look at this place. Meanwhile, my niece is apparently still coughing and sick. You're coughing a lot, kid. Are you still under the mend?
I'm not sick.
Why are you coughing so much?
Allergies, probably.
Okay. Would you like a lozenge? I actually have some present.
What?
A throat thing.
No.
Okay. Slicing value 0.001 credits per transaction. Total value 305,000 credits. You know, what's really funny is have you seen Office Space, the movie? I'm just going to move it. For those of you who have seen, believe it or not, there's actually, even when that movie came out, there were already things in place to prevent things like that from happening. Which I always found funny, because in the movie, they decided to have them get caught because, oh my god, it pulled too much. And it's like, no. They would catch that immediately. My guys got creative with the rewiring. You should have all the juice you need to run the program nonstop, so stop messaging me and get to work. I expect my cut soon. Keep my damn door locked. Last thing we need is someone poking around. Even if Galbank notices the missing funds, they won't have a way to trace it. They'll call it a malfunction, wipe the records. Money's all digital anyways. They can literally just make as much as they want. It's not how that works. So, do we turn it in to her, or do we turn it into the other her? I'm leaning mechanic lady. It's not like we really need the money. And yeah, screw the Trade Authority. In unrelated news, we need to sell more harvested organs to the Trade Authority. You know, I just realized I could probably do this. Let's see what this does. Aw. Didn't do what I thought it would. That's okay. That's okay.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please. Okay.
Yeah, let's go with the mechanic. The only things we really need money for anyway is a ship, and I do want to do the ship thing. They've been okay, Ponka. There's been some quality variance. I didn't really enjoy helping the plant to copulate.
Something you might be interested in.
This little chain has been interesting so far, so I'm kind of with that.
Ever run into spacers? Scumbags and scavengers.
I just did, Yura? Like, literally. When I was describing why I hate him, I said I hate him because he is a freaking scam artist. He is a snake oil salesman.
Yes, what?
Or are you asking for the specifics of the scam that he participates in? So he actually has several. But my personal favorite is this. Check this out. I've got this brand new game. It's the best game ever made. It's going to shoot unicorns at you, and those unicorns are going to puke rainbow Skittles all over you, and each Skittle actually gives you a year back of your life. It's gonna be a fountain of youth. It's gonna be fantastic. It's wonderful, and everything's gonna be awesome. Then the game comes out, and it's not what he said. Note that it has nothing to do with the quality of the game in question. Several Molyneux's games are at least debatably decent or interesting. But regardless, every game he's pushed out since the SNES era, yes, really, has not been what he said it was going to be. So then he will say, "I'm sorry, we overreached ourselves." You know, he'll come back. He will come back, hat in hand. "I'm sorry. We overreached ourselves. I didn't think about it. It's such a crap game. The game's terrible. I'm so sorry for having. I was just so excited. I was so caught up in the development cycle, and he's so sincere in his apology, and he's so overt about it. And he talks about how that game is crap, and he talks about how absolute trash it is. And it's just, oh god, I can't believe anybody even liked that game. Don't worry though. Because we've got this new game we're working on, and this new game is going to be amazing. It's not going to be unicorns this time. It's going to be doves, and the doves are going to fly out, and they're going to be like, oh my god, these doves will be so filled with joy and wonder and happiness. And each dove is themselves going to create a whole new universe that will then be filled with nothing but joy and peace forever. And then the new game comes out. It's not what he said it was. And then he says, listen, I'm sorry that second game was absolutely not what I said it was. And you have to understand, when I say it this way, it's obvious. These events occur over the course of years. This is how he gets away with it. He gets away with it because most people don't track that information across that long of a period of time. Now, we have evidence of this. We have receipts. We have interviews. We have videos of him saying these things. But you kind of have to go digging for them. This is how, like I said, this is how he gets away with it. And he always tries to make his apologies so sincere and so contrite and so humble. And he's just like, God, you know, I knew from day one that game was going to be crap. I understood even back then. I'm so sorry that we failed you guys. I'm so sorry that we didn't pull this and blah, 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 blah. And then he goes quiet for a while, and then they announce a new game. And then he starts talking up the new game and the features the new game is going to have and the things the new game is going to do. And there's all this excitement and energy and enthusiasm because he's a snake oil salesman. He's a con artist. Any questions? He's also a crypto guy, so there's that on top of everything else.
Thanks for all that work. You can give me what you found now. So you tracked it down. You've got something to show for it?
Here you go.
Great. I'll get this back to Mass for analysis. I'm not stupid. I know Zoe probably made you an offer. I appreciate that you didn't take it. And I'm really glad we got to work together on this.
Mission complete.
So, looks like maybe someone thought they could hack into Galabank's system. In fact, looks like maybe they did. Still want to claim you had nothing to do with this, Zoe?
My dear, why in the world would I want to break the law? And Galbank, no less. I do quite enough business with them as it is.
All right. Well, I'll have some people look over this. Maybe they'll be in touch.
I very much doubt that.
See you around.
Yeah?
You know, probably Cashel. Fallout 76 is a little bit too fresh in people's minds. And you know what really pisses me off about Fallout 76? And I mean this with sincerity. Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess? Samurai got it right. It's not bad. It's actually a pretty solid game now. Similar to No Man's Sky, although not a lot of people talk about this, Fallout 76 has actually turned itself around quite a bit. Pax and I actually plan to do a full playthrough of it at some point, whenever we're done with our current co-op cycle. And that may sound like a weird thing. But really think about that for a second. That game had so many mismanagement issues and so many problematic things before it came out. And it gets crapped on even to this very day. Oh, sorry, I saw the pizza thing work. I apologize. And no, Jatohu. And so much trash. It was so... if you remember, it was back when I was still doing Lore Weeks. And every week I had new news to talk about just how awful Fallout 76 was, and how many additional things it kept doing wrong and bad. It was just this cavalcade of nonsense.
Hope life is treating you well. Let me know if I can get you anything. Hey there. Always nice to see a new face. First time in New Atlantis?
I didn't think it was that obvious.
Oh boy, I didn't mean for you to take it personally. It's just something to say to customers. Break the ice, know what I mean? Listen, you just relax. Make yourself comfortable. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. That work for you, new guy? Let me know if there's anything I can get you.
So, business seems to be booming?
Yep. Spaceport traffic keeps me pretty busy. But just between you and me, I've got something in the works that'll change everything. A new drink that'll make this place famous, galaxy-wide.
Okay, what's in it?
Well, at the moment, it's what's not in it that's an issue right now. I don't have everything for the recipe. I made a deal with the hauler to bring me some small samples of an ingredient I think will make all the difference. But it never showed up. Turns out the guy I hired was also hired by a few other folks. The kind of folks who ship less than legal cargo. Security got wind, and the whole lot was impounded. Now they're just sitting on it, taking their sweet time like they always do. It's killing me.
So, we can talk to security, get what's yours.
I submitted all the paperwork, believe me. It won't amount to anything, but I did it. And really, I'm not even certain this is what I need to finish the recipe. I think it is. I need to get my hands on that cargo.
I mean, I can help you.
I really do. It's gonna keep me awake nights if I don't try. Before we say anything else, I am in no way asking you to do anything that might violate any of the many, many laws in place here in New Atlantis or the larger United Colonies. This is just one friend talking to another friend, asking if maybe that friend could possibly find a way to get her important cargo out of the impound. And if, hypothetically, that were done in a less than 100% legal way, well, that might not be the worst thing in the world. You, with me on this?
Surely you're not seriously considering this course of action. The last thing we need is UC security on our backs.
Who do I need to kill?
Yeah, sure. Right. Okay. I can wait the 18 months until they release it.
Yeah, bye.
Stop by.
Did that quest still stay there? Well, of course it did. Alright, you convinced me. I've got so many other things I'd rather do, but literally just to get rid of her.
Like the ketchup.
Let's go to Seoul. Yeah, I was actually trying to reject that quest, but as you can see, it's still there in my log.
Crew position.
You're entering United Colony space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
Well, there's Mars.
You're cleared to land. Enjoy your stay at Sidonia.
Wow, what a crap hole of a system. Look at this place. Ugh. Earth looks a little different than I remember it.
Why is Africa right there?
That's South America.
Oh, wait, no, that's not Africa. Africa for like
there's
a
Africa.
second.
There's Africa.
It looked like Africa for a second.
Now, what's really funny is if I didn't know better, I'd say this was an accident. That this was something that they screwed up. 1 second, Shadow Machine. But first, thank you very, very much. Oh yeah, no, that's you know that's exactly what I'm gonna do, Chito. He's gonna become my companion. So hang on. So I need to actually pull out a calculator for that. Okay. I recommend both games for extremely different reasons. God of Earth's Finest. So that's going towards, hang on, Project Wingman, Mirror's Edge, and Shooters, Blood, and Teeth. Oh yeah, let's look at the stats in this place. Oh, I can't, because I can't scan it. Oh, whatever. Wubba wubba? Hey, Rama.
Begin landing cycle.
Sure thing, Flag Ant. Elder Scrolls, where there is no Earth. Done.
Something for you when you have a moment.
Yeah, thanks. Here we are. Mars. One of the first places that looks like an actual honest-to-God outpost. Holy crap. What is this, Mass Effect 1? Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Heat leeches in the engine, leeches on the hull, multiple leeches in the grav drive.
Suppose that would explain the brownouts. So, what's this going to run?
If there are no other surprises, mid-5 figures.
5 figures? 5? Fine. Do it. I'll be at the bar. Find me when it's done.
We're on it, sir.
The basic ship has crafting facilities on board von Falkenstein. Well, I never got to finish... Okay, whatever. See you around God Emperor's Finest. If you want mostly just a tactical, turn-based tactical game, Mechanicus is a really, really solid game. If you want extremely good quest design, choices designed, and branching story, take Baldur's Gate 3. There you go. There's your really, really quick summary. Can we build an outpost on Earth? Oh, you know we're going to try.
Can I drink this?
It's empty. And actually, so is this one. So, isn't that... No, that's your mother's. I'm sorry, I don't have any liquid, kiddo.
I'll go get some.
I thought it was just a couple of nests.
My buddy Mitch keeps asking if I can help him
What
out
do you
with
mean
something.
there's no work?
How long is that in days?
Any idea how far we've traveled? How
The
much money
community
we
center
spent
on
to hitch a
P1 is a
ride to
good
this
place to
dusty
connect with
red rock?
others, or fulfill
We were
any
told there
spiritual
were
needs you may
jobs.
have.
Look, I get it. But we just filled our last openings. I think we have a couple contracts.
13 days without an incident. That's...
I can't imagine being cramped down here, choking on the fumes and the dust. No trees, no grass. It's
Another
depressing.
derelict vessel has been found. All hands aboard were dead, and the signs point to Varun zealots. The call has gone out for both Freestar Collective and United Colonies Security to unite and do something about this common threat. But cooperation is in short supply after the colony.
I heard they found another new freshwater deposit in one of the mines. So much better than me.
Caution. Subterranean particle detonation imminent. Be advised to secure loose articles and find stable ground or remain...
Did you know Deimos make... If you ask me, that's a hell of a lucrative contract.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Work in the deep mines. That's where you make the big bucks.
Particle detonation concluded. It is now safe to resume normal activity.
One in local hour is 1 hour 3 minutes. There you go. Look, if this wasn't the best gear I have access to, Flag Out.
Mining takes all types.
Can't say I'm
Young
a fan of
upstarts, former
excitement and drama
military,
around here.
ex-cons.
I'm looking for someone named Morara.
He ain't been around. Went off on patrol. Hasn't been back in since. We're starting to think it might be time to pour one out to the blackest sea.
We could track him down if you'd happen to know his route.
Believe me, I've heard it. After about round 3 or 4 was all he would talk about. And he's got a voice that carries. Look, nothing more I'd love than to help out a fellow Martian. Especially one that's missing. But,
He has a tab, and you don't know if he's coming back.
it's a lot of credits, okay? I let it slide for a long time because he's a regular, but if I'm out all that money, I got problems. What do you say?
Fine, here's the tab. Okay, hang on.
No, I've done this routine. Let's skip to the part where you admit you're lying about what he owes.
You calling me a liar? I'll throw both of you out of this bar right now.
Oh, please. 2 strangers arrived from off-world asking for information only you have. You see an opportunity.
Why is she talking to me?
Everyone always does. Lower the price. Don't think we can't find another way to get what we want.
Fine.
Fine, here's your money.
Agreed on a discount, right? Let me confirm the amount. Okay, let's talk. Last time he was here, Moira kept yelling about the Lady of Love, singing songs, all that kind of thing.
Venus? That's only one planet. Hardly an entire patrol route.
I got what I got, okay?
Fine. We'll make do.
Hey. This time I won't be startled when you come down here.
Yes?
Or will I? Bum, bum, bum. Now see, if I was a typical streamer, as soon as she came down, I'd be like, "Wah!" and just freak out, right?
Cold air. Just isn't the same as the real thing.
Hello, what do we have here? See that cluster of ships? Varun Zealots. You ever run into one? Completely devoted to a deity they call the Great Serpent. The devourer of the unbelievers. I'll let you guess what happens if they spot us.
Why are Varun Zealots near Venus? Also, are these the other raiders we talked about earlier?
No idea. They appear and attack people seemingly at random. House Varun technically has diplomatic ties to the other factions, but the Zealots are outside of their control. Or so they say.
Right. So, okay. This is going to sound like a weird complaint. That, what? Having multiple villainous factions is fine. In fact, it's probably a good thing. Having multiple acceptable target factions, that's a little different. That kind of makes me raise an eyebrow. Generally speaking, you don't want to overdo it on acceptable targets, because if you have too many acceptable targets, well, then there's something wrong with your game, essentially, and it's going to feel kind of weird, and it's going to completely alter the tone of the work. I mean, Warhammer 40k, right?
No, but I think I see something else that might. There's a UC satellite beacon hovering distressingly close to those Varun ships. If we can get close enough to it, we could download its logs and figure out where our vanguard was heading to next.
And yeah, they also tend to bleed together, and they stop having the same kind of impact. Like I said, there's really nothing wrong with having an acceptable target in your fiction. Most fiction does. But it also starts to stress the world building a little bit at a certain point. Because if your acceptable target is a threat, you need to explain why. For example, in this game, these people have ships. Those ships have crews and resources and money and repairs and all sorts of other things that is required in order to make a ship function. Just keeping one ship up and in the air is not cheap. As we've already demonstrated, we currently are not at a place where we could afford a decent size or strength ship, right? So there's some infrastructure that's implied simply by having a functional ship within this setting. And yeah, no, this is like Dragon Age 2's gangs all over again. When they have armies of gangs that can all operate in Kirkwall, it just kind of breaks the world building a little bit. I'm not saying this game's doing that. I'm just talking. Don't mind me. Anyways, let's kill those people.
Easy. 3 ships to hour 1. We cut down to minimal ship power and creep forward. They might not notice us getting closer. But yes, worst case, we fight our way through.
Cool. Alright, so let's go in guns blazing.
Oh, great serpent, bless this communion that we may walk in Janan Verun's footsteps. That he jumped from the soul system out into the beyond and touched your magnificence. That he learned the truth of the shrouding, the coming eternal embrace. that you will reward the promised and cast the accursed into shadow.
I think the weirdest dream I've ever had, Desperado Joe, was I once dreamt that, like, I had a good life that I enjoyed and was happy with. And I don't know, those dreams are pretty wonky. Anyways, let's go.
You shall be judged.
Enemy's jump drive is offline.
Yeah, polarize the hull planing. Our shields are actually taking a hell of a beating right now, all honesty. Did you quit it? God dang.
It is time for your judgment.
Okay.
Their grav drive's down.
I shall.
Game. First fight that's actually been painful here. Of course, we are back in the old ship, so that might be part of that.
System stable. We continue the fight. Hull is holding. Fight on.
Target's jump system down.
I just want them to savor the moment. I mean, cultist people, we know how cultists are. They all deserve to die, right? I've played Breath of Fire too. I know how this works. Oh yeah, I got a thing when I quit Google Fiber. They were like, "Hey, can we set you up in the new place?" I was like, "Here's where I'm moving." Okay, let me check that, and I'm like, "Lady, you and I both know you do not service that area." Aw, it looks like we don't service that area. Is there anything else we can do for you? No, just shut down the account.
To all UC affiliated ships, I'm heading to the Nova Galactic Star Yard orbiting Earth's moon. Yeah, I know. The whole place is decommissioned. But I need parts for emergency repairs. Hopefully it hasn't been picked clean yet.
it is. Nova Galactic Star Yard, still orbiting Earth's moon. This is where the first interstellar ships were made. People still use their modules, even though their star yard hasn't been running in forever.
I just want to go walk on the moon.
If you want to take a little detour, I admit I wouldn't say no. Just remember, we need to find Vanguard Moara and that artifact when we're done.
By the way, can someone tell me the exact moment at which we can dump Sarah? I mean, like, when we get there, be like, hey, you're free. And I'll be like, cool.
Like it, love.
Yeah, imagine we're just like, hey, Sarah, I need you to go check something on the airlock pressure sensor.
Ready to launch.
And then she's like in the airlock, and we could see her through the window, and we're like, I'm sorry, Sarah. It's nothing personal. And we reach up to the thing, and she's like, no, no, please, please. Chunk.
2 steps in, and we're already looking at a corpse. Okay, it's not Vanguard Moara. Looks like spacers were scavenging around here and someone else came in and said hello. Oh, this won't be your last encounter with a spacer crew. They pillage abandoned facilities and shoot anyone who gets in their way. They're even less organized than the Crimson Fleet. Just countless desperate groups scavenging and killing to survive.
Yeah, they're raiders, I get it. Or bandits, if you prefer. Reminder, infinity. Or Nazis. Or Italians. I mean, ugh. Death to Italians. Unless they give us food. Then we're cool. Or Texans. Death is good. Listen. All I'm saying is Italian food is legit. Nice trash pile. Death is good. God, this really is straight out of Fallout, isn't it? I'm not even making fun. This is just straight out of Fallout. I do not like the Mantis armor aesthetically, but then again, I don't really have to look at myself, so I don't mind that much. Spiced alien worms. Delicious. Hi. Gave him a second. He drew his weapon.
That was an ecliptic mercenary. What are they doing here? Scavenging a star yard is a bit low.
What is life but death impending? What is glass if not tortured sand?
If you're searching, then make it real.
One down!
Yes, Warcraft code. I mean, I make fun of it, but it was a very solid intro to that game. That's true. It's the only reason. The P90 is as usual. In almost every game it's in, for those of you not aware of this, almost every game it's in, the P90 is just a really, really solid, good in all situations kind of a rifle. And this is no exception. You got it, Warcraft code. That's definitely going to happen. Wink, wink. Wait, you brought food? Man, you could kill me all day long if you give me Italian food. Oh, come on, I could absolutely and easily fit through it. Okay, fine, whatever. All right, let's pull up the map. Yep, I can see exactly where I am on this map. Behold. Oh man, I love that thing I can't pronounce that I actually am aware of what it is. Ligand, I would kill for awful crap. It's just... Sorry, I'm there's the thing here. You know, I haven't leveled in a while. What do we got here? Ooh, what kind of pizza did you get, Zach Taft? I need to destroy 15 ships. Cheese and pepperoni. Classic, simple, but solid. Particle weapons count as energy weapons, right? Like, you'd think so. But I just kind of want to verify. Want to clarify. Okay, 5 says no. Oh, there is actually a particle beam section. My bad. What do you know? Very well. You're right, Fife. Everyone, stop killing Fife immediately. But we weren't killing Fife to begin with. Why not? Perfect, Fife. It's a great reason to stab someone. Someone actually asked me earlier if this interface is worse than a FromSoft game. And it's always nice to put that kind of thing into perspective. I don't particularly think this game has a good interface, but it's still nowhere near as bad as a FromSoft game's interface. Holy crap.
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't like pineapple on pizza, but I mean, like, who cares, you know? You know what else I don't like? Barbecue on pizza. We don't start an internet fan war over that, right? That's a lot of enemies. Kebab meat on pizza can work. Depends on the meat. I also happen to enjoy a good, what I mentally think of as Greek pizza. You know, you get some artichoke heart on there. Big ol', like, really thick chunks of onions and tomatoes. Maybe a little bit of feta cheese, you know, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just... That was very strange. I'm just gonna let that slide. Let's try it again. Come on. Oh my god. I don't even wait till they're finished dying before I start looting them. It's just how cold-blooded I am. I am level 12. 5. Wow, really, Blue Wolf Alex? Jesus. I mean, memes are memes, but yeah, I tend to get tired of some of them, too. I mean, these are level 5s, if you're paying attention. I am level 12, and I have a decent gun. So...
This is Vanguard Moira. Sorry if I had to reclaim some UC property, but this whole star yard is overrun. I've patched up my ship, and I'm heading to Neptune. Going to put in another request to get the fleet out here to deal with these spacers. But until then, if any of you thugs are listening, I'm the damn ghost stealing your stuff in the night. Clear out while you have the chance.
And then they killed him. The end.
He's almost daring the spacers to come after him. It's actually not a bad plan. Much better odds destroying one of their ships than fighting them all at once here.
I haven't noticed any level scaling so far, which I'm actually in favor of. If there's one way this game is definitively superior to Oblivion, it's that. I'm sure there's some level scaling, but they have been backing off of level scaling pretty much ever since Oblivion, actually, so that doesn't surprise me. Ooh, pizza with fries. That sounds terrible. Now, pizza with potatoes. Well, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. Egg can go well on pizza, but tends to go very badly because egg has to be... egg can make it too wet, for lack of a better way to put it. And that screws with the dough. There's our one-way door. We can let Fife live now. Fish and chips pizza. Ugh. I don't like fish, so I'm going to say that one more time. Ugh. No, thank you.
I have things for you.
I actually have Savicom, but I only tried them once because the one place I had really, really bad ones.
Let's get out of here.
I was not a big fan of that. That's not your fault. Go to Neptune. We're just doing the Soul tour here, aren't we? I mean, a lot of people underestimate the value of just a solid cheese pizza, you know? Especially if you get some really good cheese, or some mixed cheese on that. You get some...
There's a ship just drifting out there. No time to take in the sights. That could be our vanguard.
Yeah, get some nice thick dough going on. And get some really solid...
The ship's weapons are powering up. Get ready.
Vanguard to civilian ship. Come in.
If you stop shooting at us, we'd be more than happy to respond.
It's not me. Mercs hijacked my ship. White lined a couple of them, but...
Enemy's grav drive disabled.
Really could use an assist.
We blow that ship out of the stars, he's dead and our artifact's gone. We're going to have to board. Target the engines. Once they stall out, we'll have our chance.
I have been targeting the engines. It's weirdly hard to do. Like, ships just keep...
We took down their shields! This is so much fun!
Can you, like...
That's it. Start the docking routine.
Running away!
Come on. Let's go rescue that vanguard.
Hey, look, it's Lavos. Get some really solid mozzarella. Maybe a little bit of something spiced, like a little bit of Gouda. Just a little bit. And then get some Swiss on there. Oh. And then layer it with like something crumpled, like some Parmesan. Oh. And yeah, get some spicy sauce. So you've got nice spicy spaghetti sauce on that. And then you've got the nice thick layers of cheese on top. And then you go... Also, have you ever had a mozzarella ball where you just put a little salt on it? And Warcraft code? Well, considering this ship is technically at 1 HP, this ship looks in pretty good condition. Hello? Hello, computer. Okay. There was a door that I couldn't see through the ladder. Got it. Hi. Listen, you're all dead. You're all dead. Just accept it. Just accept it. Stop fighting the inevitable end of the abyss.
It's absolutely freezing here. I do not recommend extended exposure without our suits.
Why aren't you in your suit, then? I'm in my suit?
Did you hear that?
Am I glad to meet whoever you two are? Looks like we're all in one piece. Any day you walk away from, right?
Right. Why do these people hijack your ship?
Ecliptic mercs. They'll work for anyone. And vanguards don't exactly make friends with local pirates, thieves, and scavengers. I think enough of them finally got fed up and they pooled their money to hire professionals.
Right. So we're from Constellation.
What? You guys still exist? Man, I've only heard stories.
We've heard stories too, about a strange object you found on patrol.
So, you know what that thing is? I tried to hawk it in Sidonia, and the guy thought I was peddling phony titanium.
It doesn't play nice with scanners. It'd be worthless to someone trying to flip rare minerals quickly.
So you're saying I shouldn't be using it as a hood ornament?
Yeah, I'm gonna groan on behalf of scientists everywhere, and then you're gonna hand over the artifact.
Hey, sorry. I just didn't know what it was. But I guess that's what you all are for, right? Here, happy to trade a novelty for a rescue any day.
Let's grab the artifact. Good work. Let's get back to the lodge.
You need repairs, dude? I mean, I did just blow up the hell out of your ship. No? Okay, cool. Well, it's okay, because I can just go back to the lodge, like this. Like this. Wow, I think we found the first place it won't let me fast travel from. Holy crap. I am legitimately surprised by that. We'll steal all your credits too, buddy. Just FYI.
Time to get this ship moving.
You're looking as glorious as ever.
Yes, you cannot fast travel this one time. Fast travel time! Woo! I noticed we're finally getting some space combat, so that's nice.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
I'm not having sex with you. I turn on, she's in a bikini.
You're back. I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
Go ahead. Do the honors.
It fits. Energy spiked a bit, but it's restabilized.
Is there anything new showing up?
No, it's the same as before. There's a massive output as the artifact is added, then it harmonizes. Like it's waiting for the others.
That's speculation, but I think you're right. We need more. Here. You've earned this. Welcome to Constellation. As a full member this time.
Thanks.
We're going to do great things together. All of us. By the way, how would you like to keep traveling together? I'm not sitting behind my desk for this. These artifacts are a new chapter for Constellation, and I'm going to be out there for it. And I want you out there as well. You got results. I need someone like you watching my back.
Maybe later.
Fair enough. But before you go, let me tell you about our other leads.
We're done.
There's an expedition that Samco has been putting together. It's in Freestar Collective Space, and he knows it inside and out. There's also the Eye, our star station in orbit. About time for you to meet Vladimir. He's been hard at work tracking down more anomalies. And last but not least, Noel. Have we heard anything from Barrett yet?
A courier from Argos Extractors came by to let us know they're packing up the operation on Vectera. But that's it, no other word.
That's not good. We should get over there and check on Barrett in person.
Cool. Goodbye.
Until later.
I am at your service, Captain.
Okay, we did it. We have finally gotten rid of Sarah. Oh.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
No! No, I didn't, Colgrim. Okay, so... That's... Okay. Yeah, why are you still following me? Stop following me.
Got something for me? Something you need?
Stop following me. Stop following me.
Okay.
So, she's been interrupting pretty much every single quest we've been doing, Blue of Alex, and just kind of being irritating every single time that she pops up. And so, I don't actually really have anything against the character, but I kind of want her out of my party so that I can go do side quests and not have to constantly be like, you know, here's my opinion about this thing. That's the specifics. Where? Oh yeah, we need to go pick up the Lone Wolf at some point. And by the Lone Wolf, I mean the fan, who will be our party member for the rest of the game. We currently do not have a party, Czar, so that probably answers your question. Exactly, Blue of Alex. I imagine once I actually get back to the main game and start actually doing whatever character quest she has, she'll be fine. I just wanted people out of my party in general. Yeah, apparently MSQ has mandated party members, which kind of sucks. Well, we're not doing MSQ right now. So... let's see, where am I? Okay. Cool robot companions. I hope so.
Hello. Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Hey there, new guy. Hope life is treating you...
Alright. Are you still missing that ingredient?
The ways of New Atlantis security are inscrutable to mere mortals. Yes, I'm still missing my ingredients. I can only hope you...
Okay, I got your back.
Oh my gosh, you will? Wow. Not that this is criminal. I mean, certainly not.
Yeah.
First of all, Second, I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and taking hostages or something. I just figure there has to be a way to get what I need.
I'll figure it out.
I'm not worried. I'm annoyed. Wait, are you saying I should be worried? No, of course not. It'll be fine. Totally fine. I trust you.
Okay, cool. Let's go do
See
it.
you around.
Hang on. So let's get this quest going. Now we have like no stealth abilities whatsoever, so this should be fun. We might end up shooting our way in here, and that's going to be funny. I'm hoping. Wait, do we have stealth? We do not have stealth. Okay, so hang on. Let's unlock the ability to have stealth. There it is. There we go. We now have stealth. Stuff like this would be another reason for respecking to really be a good feature in a game like this. It's like, oh, I need to be stealth for this. When you say broken, Von Falkenstein, that can mean one of two very, very different things. So you're saying you're the Joker, Warcraft Code. Understood.
Hey, this really isn't a good place for civilians to be hanging around. There's something I can help you with?
Yeah, I need access to some impounded cargo.
Yeah, I can't really just let you in there.
Okay. I know you'd help me if you could.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. You're not listening. Let me try again.
I heard you the first time, and didn't care then either.
Look. You need to let me in there now.
I'm getting tired of telling you. I'm gonna need you to clear out.
Yeah, sure thing.
What the hell?
Okay.
Stand down now, or you will be neutralized.
You got it. Gotta be honest, not a big fan of the new hacking minigame. I have no idea. It doesn't show me the dice rolls, so I don't know anything about what's happening with the thing. I picked the easy option, and it said nope. So I picked the medium option, and it said nope. So I picked the hard option, and then it said nope. I got none. No. Hey, Snicker friend. I do recognize that name. And hello, Silly Bean. Thank you very, very much for the sub. I do always appreciate that support. Oof. Oh. You can put it towards up to 3 things, if you're not aware, without any consequence or negative detriments thereof. If you'd like to. If you don't, well, that's what Dealer's Choice is for. So that's this much. But at least one of those is going towards the Kingdom Hearts blah. Soybean. Okay, so we're doing Kingdom Hearts Block, the FF Pixel remasters, and Strangers of Paradise. Will Kingdom Hearts 1 be a net positive? I don't know. Real talk. There is a possibility that it will not. Oh, it says we've murdered 2 people. Also that we have a bounty right now. Damn it. Okay, fine. Fine. Will chain of memories be net negative? Yes. God. Okay. Hold on. It was someone who wouldn't let me in a door. Savicom. I love Vanilla WoW so much.
I have things for you.
I wish I could do nothing but play Vanilla WoW until my ears bleed. I love Dragon Quest 2. And Lufia 1.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
Why are you in the ship? Why are you in the ship, actually? The right to hell retribution is a misunderstood masterpiece. Here we go. Get off my ship. There we go. Cool. You know, I'm not sure that's true, Savicom. At least Dragon Quest 1 is a game I could beat in a day.
I have something for you when you have a moment.
WoW Vanilla is like a couple of months of my life burnt. I don't know, Crazy Horse.
If you have any old, I'm in the mood for a mocha macchiato. How about you?
Could you follow me for a while?
Yes! How close should I follow you? 2 meters behind? 1 meter? Less than 1 meter? I just want to make sure you've got enough space, emotionally.
You can stay close.
Oh, wow. If you insist, I'll try not to faint.
Didn't mean to pick that up, or that. Or that, or that. They're like, here, you've earned this Constellation uniform. And it's like, that's cool. I've got the Mantis suit, though, so thanks, but no.
Should see some of the ships we get down there. Like their owners, for decorating their ships.
I'm glad you like WoW Vanilla, to be clear. If I've never said that sincerely and without joking. I don't understand why you like it, but I am glad that you do.
Hope life is treating you well. Let me know if I can get... Hey there. Hope life is... Sure thing.
No.
The ways of New Atlantis. Yes, I'm still missing my... I can only hope you are bringing up this... Oh my gosh, you will? Wow. Okay. Do we, like, conspire now or something? I don't really know how criminal activity works. Not that this is criminal. I mean, certainly not. First of all, I can't even tell you how much...
The other woman. The other woman.
I'm obviously not... Like I said, I don't expect the forms to... I went and talked to an officer at the office. New Atlantis security. Polite, but unhelpful.
Anyways.
I know a few things, but... The cargo is being... How or why you would have... Beyond that, no offense. I'm not worried. Wait, are you saying I should... See you around.
Yes, criminal activity. Yes, tell me more. Tell me so much more.
You ever hear that one about the...
Yeah, I would say WoW Vanilla is kind of like Black Licorice. I can theoretically, intellectually understand why someone likes it. That's about as far as that goes.
Hey, this really isn't a good place for... There's something I can...
Yes.
Yeah,
Rules are rules.
I'm not falling for that.
I don't think you really get it. Let me break it down for you.
Enough already.
Listen.
Well, maybe we can let you through this once.
Sure.
All right, look, don't tell anyone I did this for you. Could lose my job over it. If anyone asks, I had nothing to do with this. You got it?
No, coffee and black licorice really are separate things.
All right, make it quick, will you?
Yeah, that sounds like WoW Vanilla to me, Luke. Although maybe I just misspoke earlier. Hey, Nemesis. Oh, I had more than 5. That's just true. Unless you're just talking about in Vanilla. If you're talking about in Wrath, I had like 13. And you're probably thinking, but Wrath is in Vanilla. No, you still had to go through Vanilla in Wrath. Well, let me speak very clearly then. I have a theoretical hypothesis of why people like WoW Vanilla. See, I think some people derive pleasure from pain, and they enjoy a game that's utter garbage, that constantly punches them in the gut over and over as they're playing it. And they're like, yes, yes, more, hurt me, oh god, hurt me, WoW Vanilla, hurt me. And I think that's why they enjoy it.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Hey there, new guy. Good to see you again. Can I get you something?
Got your present.
Oh, no way. You really got it? I probably don't want to know what you did to get this, right? I mean, I want to know, but it's maybe better if I don't.
Don't worry, no one died.
I certainly hope not. This is a huge deal to me, but it's not worth either of us murdering over. Well, look, I can assure this will all be worth it in the end. Matter of fact, I'm going to let you have the first ever sample. On top of that, you get free drinks. Not like unlimited free drinks, but you want a little pick-me-up now and then? I got you covered. I need some time to work on what comes next. But this was the difficult part, I think. Really? Thank you so much. Catch you later.
So,
Hi, how are you?
today I was talking to someone who was playing WoW, and playing WoW Modern. And they were having issues with it because they entered into a specific zone and they weren't particularly well geared and they were under-leveled and under-spec'd for that. And they found the whole zone so irritating and annoying and frustrating. Can you guess why? I'll just go ahead and tell you. It's because they would pull one mob and then very, very, very slowly work that one mob down. But then if any other mobs added, they would die. And If anything went wrong, they would die. And it was just very, very slow and very boring to them. Now, if all this sounds familiar, then I just described WoW Vanilla. I even commented on it to her, and she laughed at the point. So, sure, I'm sure that there is some hypothetical reason why people would actually enjoy doing that. I don't know what it is. Now that
I wonder if they sell any unique coffee flavors here.
Having said all that, is she a new player? No. Having said all that, there is actually something I can hypothetically see why people would like WoW Vanilla. And I mean this sincerely. I don't mean this as a joke. You ready for this? You see, WoW Vanilla is a terrible game. And by sheer virtue of how bad the game is and how bad the gameplay is, it means the players kind of have to fill in the gaps and bridge that themselves. Players, especially, plural. You know, if you're playing WoW Vanilla completely by yourself, it's probably not going to be the same kind of experience. But because there's that social environment, that interaction with other players, as you are overcoming the bad gameplay that's in the game, that can be an enjoyable aspect, an enjoyable part of the game. I'm not even speaking hypothetically here, because I can name several bad games that I have enjoyed by sheer virtue of the fact that we were able to pull some bull crap and bypass the game with other people, with other friends, right? I can point to an MMO like that, Asheron's Call. If you say so, Warcraft Code. I think the new player experience is, really, really good place in WoW right now, but that's just me. I look forward to giving it many positives someday.
Almost break time. Come on.
I have no idea. Nemesis, I really don't know.
Only fly on tire ships. People call me a brand loyalist, but
Mining's fair work, but you can't take it all so seriously, I always tell my mates. We're pulling rocks out of the ground, not building spaceships. Welcome, welcome. Nice to meet you. Name's Trevor, mining director for the Deimos mining project here in scenic underground Sidonia. I could spare a minute or two to chat, so long as you're not looking for mining work, I suppose.
I mean, I did used to do mining work for Argos.
Argos, huh? Yeah, I've heard of them. That's great, but yeah, unfortunately all our mining contracts are filled right now. Unless, maybe you could help me out with a job. Off the books.
So many illegal things.
Great! I promise it's nothing that'll get anyone in any kind of trouble. See, you might have noticed that our equipment ain't exactly holding together like it used to. Problem is, we can't get new equipment unless we start exceeding our quotas. And we can't do that until we get new equipment. A real dilemma, right? I've got a plan for solving our little problem, though.
Okay.
Okay. Glad you're still on board. First, I need someone from the outside to bolster our yields so we can prove that we can exceed our quota. I'll fill you in on the rest of the details after you've hauled up some ore. One standard quota should do. I need to know I can trust you with the easy stuff first.
Sure.
When you've got enough, drop it off in the bin over there for processing. Then come see me.
Gather 10 iron. Okay. Listen, the fast food worker deserves to die, okay? I don't know what you want from me. No, I'm just... No offense whatsoever, Warcraft Code. I'm just tired of not being able to find a consensus between myself and the vanilla lovers, if that makes any sense. This is such an old topic for me at this point, that the WoW lore run, which was 7 years ago, was still going when I was talking about WoW Vanilla and my disdain for it.
Please remain 2 meters away for your safety.
Kinda, yeah, Colroom. It's like at a certain point, I've run through these wheels so many times. I've got nothing else to add. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, this discussion literally predates WoW Classic. If you remember, the lore run predates WoW Classic. I actually was commenting on the viability of WoW Classic during the lore run. I am even in favor of WoW Classic, if you'll remember, something I have said for many, many years. Maintaining, from a historical maintenance perspective, yes, and from allowing people to enjoy something that they enjoy, yes, absolutely, in both categories. It's just, at a certain point, there's only so many ways we could say, I like this because it has tomatoes. Well, I don't like this because it has tomatoes. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I just kind of went quiet there because at a certain point, there's just nothing else left to say. I will say, so something I have come into the understanding of more recently, and I kind of touched on it just a second ago, is that I think that there is a genuine market for people who want, I don't have a better way to say this, worse games, because what they want is a better experience, or perhaps more accurately, a different experience. I like good games. I like games that are fun and interesting, well-designed games. And I know that all sounds like an insult, but I really don't mean it as one. I actually have a recent example of a game that is a bad game that can nevertheless be very, very fun in order to just screw around with your friends. Non-Lethal Company. I might be getting the name wrong, but I hope you know the game I'm talking about. And there's something to be said for that game, which is, let's be honest with ourselves, a bad game. Let's get that out of the way. But it's bad in specific ways and specific styles, which encourages the players to kind of make up the gap. To have the experience, right? To have the enjoyability of just screwing around with your friends. And, yeah, and the jank. I mean, I can actually point to, it is apparently Lethal Company, my bad. I guess that's just my anti-killing vibe. It's right up there with the Trine games. Are the Trine games good? Are the Trine games fun? Yes. And that's the distinction, right?
Oh my god. I'm literally following in your footsteps right now. It's so cool.
So it makes perfect sense to me that people would prefer WoW Vanilla, even though I could make arguments that WoW Vanilla is objectively worse than current WoW. I'm not going to do that because that's purposeless. There's no reason to do that. They're looking for something different. They want something different out of it. And that's fine. And yeah, it helps that WoW Classic has been getting the Season of Discovery and the hardcore mode, which has absolutely injected new life into the whole thing. I am a little sad that they haven't been doing that for WoW Current, because I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. But still, that was a great idea. And I credit them for that, absolutely.
Okay. I can see you're serious about helping me.
Yeah, what was with that klaxon in the detonation announcement?
Oh, that! Oh, nothing to worry about. We do fracking on Mars with subterranean particle detonations. Those announcements are just to let people know when to expect them. You probably felt the rumble when the detonations actually go off. That's all it is. Not too bad, eh?
It's okay we're doing fracking is not really a sentence I thought I'd hear today.
Oh, come on, mate. It's perfectly safe. We're miles away, so all we get is a little jiggle now and again. Just make sure to hold the railing when going downstairs and you'll be fine.
So I dropped off your ore.
Great. Now, the next part is a little trickier. Our Director of Mining Operations, Peter Brennan, fired his last assistant over a month ago.
Okay.
Peter's the only one who can approve the order for new equipment, and unfortunately, he's useless without an assistant. I think I've got a surefire way for you to get that job. Then you, as his assistant, can get him to sign off on the approval.
Why do you want me to be... Wouldn't it be easier to just ask him to approve it?
You don't think I've tried? Like I said, the guy is literally useless without his assistant. I don't even know if he knows how to actually use a computer. And everything Deimos does is so mired in bureaucracy because of their contracts with the UC. Which means, unfortunately, we need to do all the things by the book if we want them done at all.
Okay.
Now hold on, it's not that easy. You'll need to apply for it like anyone else. Head to the Deimos Star Yard's office up in orbit to fill out the application. It's where that job is posted. Come back and see me when you've done that, and we'll talk about how to secure the position for you.
A reminder that particle detonations can occur beyond the city limits between the hours of 0600 and 1800 local time.
Don't worry. We're gonna make sure you get that job. Trust me, this is the best shot we've got at getting that request approved.
All right, let's go do it. I mean, the outdoor areas are there. In fact, there's more outdoor areas than anything else, but, you know, they're this. Why do you want me to go here? What? What? Yeah, I heard that there was a patch today for that. For Baldur's Gate 3, I mean.
Welcome to Deimos.
Aha, job posting. I apply for the job. How many years of experience do I have? None. Highest level of education? None. Okay. Executive wants you to bring him a whiskey. Neat. Trick question. Executives aren't allowed to drink on the job. VIP arrives at the office for a meeting with the executive who's inexplicably running late. What should you do? Entertain the client with jokes until the executive arrives. A malfunction prevents the executive starship from starting up, but they need to go to important office soon. What do you think? Use company credits to immediately charter an expensive luxury craft. While handling the executive's email, you come across a message from someone claiming to have damaging information about the executive. What should you do? Ask the executive how they want it handled, and then never speak of it again. The executive contacts you and asks you to see them in the office in the middle of the night. You can tell they're drunk. What do you do? Immediately go to their office and take care of them until they sober up. Submit application. Cool.
The United Colonies was born. Intrepid explorers and valiant colonists.
Be advised, you are entering United Colony space. Please maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. Welcome to Mars. You're cleared to land at Sidonia.
Cool. Thanks for interrupting my fast travel. Can I now fast travel? I should have put 22 years of experience instead of being honest. Because I was honest and then I was a total liar. I'm curious if it has any impact on anything. I doubt it.
Found a clutch of heat leeches,
That would be funny.
Trust me, this is the best shot we've got.
Shut up.
Okay, now we need to ensure you get hired. Basically, we'll need to make sure you're the only choice. To do that, you'll need to get access to the HR terminal in the corporate office upstairs on the main level. If you delete the other applications from the system, you'll be a shoo-in.
Isn't HR going to think it's odd all the applications were deleted?
Believe me, if you knew Tia, you wouldn't worry. I'll be honest, she's so overworked and behind in her tasks that I don't even think she knows there are any applications. That's a good point, though. Once your application is in, I'll ping her and ask her to take a look to see if any applications came in for me. That should get her to finally take a look, see yours, and if all goes well, she'll hire you on the spot.
Okay.
That's the spirit. Believe me, this is gonna help everyone. By the way, the HR password is password spelled backwards, which Tia thinks is pretty clever. She gets talkative during happy hour, and loud. Surprised everyone doesn't know her password, honestly. Anyway, should be pretty easy. Good luck.
You... Okay. Sure.
We're gonna make sure you get that.
Yep. This is the monopolist way of thinking. We just destroy all competition, then we win by default.
There's always something to do around here.
Okay, I'm just gonna use this. Do you mind if I use this password, ma'am? I mean, computer, not password. We need mining equipment. Peter seems to think the messaging program is a search function again. Oh my god. Where to find good whiskey? I know this isn't the place to bring it up, but I can't find a response from Peter. Our tools are falling apart. We need new ones. Can you ping him, maybe? I know he's the son of some rich guy, but this is ridiculous. Alright, so. Experience, 5 to 9 years. Candidate answered questions adequately, but stumbled on question 4. Other candidates showed more promise. Hold this application if no other candidates. Lower runner. This candidate shows promise. Recommend seeking better qualified candidates. Okay. Candidate's proficiency high based on questions, however, would prefer a candidate with more experience. Test scores are perfect, but lack of experience and education are a major concern. Because, of course, they would care about experience more than the fact that they're actually exactly what they want. Completed tests with perfect scores. Ideal candidate, but they're concerned they are overqualified. There's no winning. There's no winning.
Don't be stupid. Stop now.
What? Hello?
UC security, you're under arrest. I've got special orders. You're coming with me. Prepare for immediate transport to our vessel.
Okay.
Smart decision. Stand by to be transferred.
Okay. Well, while we're getting imprisoned, that's a good time as ever to say thank you, Warcraft Code. Very, very much.
I'm telling you, the commander's got plans for this loser. Why else would he be going through all this trouble? I still don't understand why he trusts a criminal. Seems like too much of a risk.
Yeah. Anyway, so. Thank you very much, Warcraft Code. Listen, this entry-level job, you need 5 years of experience, but if you do, you're a little bit overqualified, so we might not give you the job. Alright, so. Oh, right, we're not hidden, because there's no such thing as hidden. Well, hang on. Hang on, I will put that donation towards my dog, Warcraft Code. If you do want to put that towards anything, please let me know. Okay, so do I have to spend a skill point on sneak again? It's like the third time I've spent a skill point on sneak. Oh, whatever, we just saved. No, I know, that's the joke, Crinsers. I keep spending points on sneak, and then it keeps not being worthwhile. I am detected. I am now hidden. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete all of the candidate applicants. There we go.
Stop! In the name of the law!
What? But I was hidden. Yes, Suthor.
UC security, you're under arrest.
But I was hidden. I was hidden.
Immediate transport to our vessel.
Alright, this feels scripted. Fine. You can tell me what's going on here?
I've been authorized to inform you that you're being transferred to the UC Vigilance. You'll find out more when you get there. Other than that, I'm not at liberty to divulge any additional information.
So, if you're wondering what the WoW run will include, it's actually really, really simple. We will cover the WoW vanilla raids very briefly. Then we will hit BC, and then Wrath, and then Kata, and then Pandaria, and then Warlords, and then Legion, and then BFA, and then Shadowlands, and then Dragonflight. We will not do the 100% of everything, because that's not possible, feasible, or reasonable, but PFR will be the guide through the entire run. Any questions?
Smart decision. Stand by to be transferred.
I sincerely doubt it'll take 4 months. So yeah, apparently we're just stuck here, so whatever.
I'm telling you, the commander's got plans for this loser. Why else would he be going through all this trouble? I still don't understand why he trusts a criminal. Seems like too much of a risk. Stop worrying and keep an eye on our guest. I'll be right back. You just sit tight. The commander wants to have a little chat. The prisoner's ready, sir.
you're comfortable. We have a lot to discuss.
Who are you?
I'm your ticket out of the mess you've gotten yourself into. That's all you need to know for now.
Okay, can I just pay my fine and leave?
Not this time. So, let me see what we're working with here. Seems like you have a bit of a background in deep space hauling. I'm sure we can put that to good use. I also see that you mined on Vectera, and now you're with Constellation. You've certainly been quite busy. Oh, and look at that. Right at the bottom of this list is the criminal incident that landed you in my crosshairs.
Okay, can we get to the point here, please?
I will, when I'm ready. Now that we have that out of the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Commander Kibwe Ikande, and I'm in charge of this operation for UC SysDef. Are you familiar with what we do?
No.
UC SysDef is a division of the UC Navy. While they handle the big picture stuff, we deal with a very particular problem. The Crimson Fleet. That convict is where you enter the picture.
Why do you keep acting like I'm some big, hardened criminal when this is the first crime I've actually committed this entire game? And it was literally just to poke at a computer screen, which, by the way, I didn't get caught doing. So it's the Crimson Fleet.
Are we really playing this game? The pirates, like the ones you tangled with on Vectera? Please stop pretending you have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't have anything to do with the Crimson Fleet.
No, you don't. Not yet, anyway. We've been prodding at the Crimson Fleet for years, trying to take them down one ship at a time. But we barely scratched the surface. If we can get someone on the inside, we'll have a shot at finding a loose thread we can pull to bring it all down.
You want me to go to undercover with the goddamned pirate organization because I committed a banal robbery. And by the way, I love the fact that apparently Angry Joe got it for stealing a drink package. That's hysterical. And Fife got it for stealing a cup of coffee.
Not for me. For yourself. Look, I'm going to make this simple. Agree to work for UC SysDef, and together we take down the Crimson Fleet. Refuse, and I tell these guys to throw you into the nearest lockup. Might even tack on an extra few hundred credits to your fine.
I like how none of these options are, no, I refuse your quest, go ahead and toss me into the lockup.
Of course you have a choice. It's just stacked in my favor. So, what do you say? You going to work with me, or should I find someone else?
Okay, never mind, there is a refuse offer, but I will go ahead and take it because quest.
Smart choice. I'm going to have one of my men escort you to the operations center. I strongly suggest that you don't give him any trouble. And don't bother trying to leave the ship. I think you'll find all access to the docking area is fully restricted.
I get why you're going for this, but if you're going to go for something like this, the trigger for this quest happening needs to be like, we hit a certain level of bounty, or we commit a certain number of crimes, or we commit certain types of crimes, right? Like if our criminal record gets to X modifier, then at that point, that's when we go ahead and we say, you're a hardened criminal. Let's give you the hardened criminal thing, right? Instead of, we read an email, which is what we did, by the way.
All right, let's go.
Yes, I realize I'm in the Mantis outfit. You know the game doesn't care about that any more than you know,
So,
I do.
You took the op instead of serving the time. Gonna be the commander's new mole, huh? Going in all alone, infiltrating a bunch of pirates. You've got a lot of guts. Still, it makes you wonder, especially with the stories that go around. Like the one about how the fleet deals with informants by lashing them to the hull of a ship,
Howdy.
and then slowly letting the air out of their suit. Could you imagine a worse way to go? I know I couldn't.
So you calculate how much air someone's going to have in their suit, and you make sure to then calculate how long it'll take for them to decay in an orbit around a planet. Then you match the two numbers so they're not sure if they're going to die of suffocation or re-entry first. And then you just lead them out there and force their comm to be open so that people can hear it as they're slowly descending.
But I wouldn't worry about it. Since the commander handpicked you, I'm guessing you can hold your breath for a really long time, right?
I'd love to say I made that up, but no, that actually comes from Star Wars. Mr.
Yes.
Tarkin came up with that one.
All right, this is as far as I go. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Ikande should be waiting for you.
Pardon.
It is not Linearith. What? That was weird. The quest just... It's been doing that periodically where it just switches which quest I have tracked. And I only notice because the quest thing just moves.
Okay, hello.
Ah, there you are. Excellent. Now that we've established your level of cooperation with us, I want to introduce you to your new home. This is the Operations Center of the UC Vigilance, SysDef's nerve center dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet.
Okay. This is me shooting my way off a prison ship. So you need more than one ship to eliminate a fleet. Or you can just send me out.
Which is precisely why we're taking a more clandestine approach. We need eyes and ears inside the Crimson Fleet. Someone who can feed us information, evidence, and expose their weaknesses. The catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting inside is going to take some finesse.
I assume you already have a plan.
I do. Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention.
Okay.
You'd better hope so. Saoirse won't be easy to dupe. Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know.
Okay.
Eager to get going? Good. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence we need to take them down.
All right.
I wouldn't expect any less. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear.
What?
As an undercover operative for UC SysDef, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct and ethics. Allow yourself to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control.
You're asking me to go undercover for some pirates.
That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft.
She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here, and good luck. Good luck.
You already said that.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood?
Uh-huh.
Well, you better. Commander Akande's entire operation is resting on your shoulders. I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig.
I'm sorry. I am missing something here, and that's possible because I'm a little distracted right now. But, like, I thought this was all about crushing the Crimson Raiders, right? It's a pirate group. We all know they're pirate groups, so we go and we destroy them. You have a fleet, you use it, you're good. Now, the problem there, of course, might be finding where they keep port or going after their bases or whatever, and for that you need information. Okay, that makes sense. You want an infiltrator and a spy to go join them and get the information on where to hit them. That makes perfect sense. But that's not what you're asking me to do. Both he and you have been asking me to get evidence that they are criminals. Okay. Sure.
For the sake of the settled systems, I hope you're right. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard.
I'm sorry. You know that they leave death and destruction behind them. Why do you need me to gather evidence that they are criminals?
That's all we're asking. Oh, before you go, there's one more thing. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts.
That's very generous.
It's not generous, it's motivational. Commander Akande's idea. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden, and with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed.
Okay.
I'll be here if you have any more questions.
Hey.
Yeah,
can I go back to the quest I was just doing, please? Is that a thing I could do?
Excuse me.
Howdy.
My point is, first of all, yes, Inamisha, but second of all, and substantially more to the point,
Hello.
how do they not already have evidence? How do they not already know everything that needs to be known about these people? How are they not already at this point where they could say, yeah, here's our evidence that they're evil. Here's a large-scale base. Shut up! Here's a large-scale base that used to be here, that was absolutely atomized. Here's the footage of the attack by the Crimson Raiders. Here's our bioscans of the people doing the attack, so we can identify this is this person who was with the Crimson Raiders. Here's this person with the Crimson Raiders. They killed 18 civilians and stole this much cargo. There's your evidence. How do they not have anything? Yeah, here's the black box from the ships they blow up. No, don't do that. Yeah, these aren't criminals. They are a rogue militant faction who are self-proclaimed pirates. I'm pretty sure I've 100%ed Shadowlands. Why do you ask, Shadow? Or Huthor? No, that's wrong. I never did the last raid. The one with the jailer.
The miners pretty much run the lower levels here. My buddy Mitch keeps asking.
I have no idea, Huthor. Oh, that was the best part of that whole scene, Warcraft Code. So, hey, I just got recruited into infiltrating the Crimson Raiders when I deleted your password. Or whatever.
Say that I've got some good news for you.
I could use some.
I just saw the company message go out that you've been hired as Peter's assistant. Congratulations.
Okay, what's the next step?
Next step should be easy. Just go to work for Peter, and when you get access to his terminal messages, you'll see my request. All you've got to do is approve that request, and we'll be right on with it. Then, we can get that new equipment and show corporate how it's done.
It's just ore. See, it's just ore. They hull up raw ore and then they mine it here. Actually, good way to do mining.
Mining must be a fun job, or else why would we keep getting so many applicants?
I heard something. Or perhaps I'm hearing things?
I'm taking suppressive fire!
Mining must be a fun job. Oh, you're finally back. I feel like you've been gone for ages. Do you know how tough this job is without an assistant?
I am here now and ready to work.
Good. Now, let's make... You look a bit different than I remembered. Did you go to Enhance? No. Now I remember. They told me they sent me someone new. Anyway, when they told me how poorly you did on your application questions, I had my doubts. But at least you showed up on time, so maybe there's hope. Well, enough chit-chat. Let's get to work.
Just play me your computer, I'll get to your messages.
Not quite. I need you to do something much more important before you get to that. I'm expecting a personal shipment. I'm not sure why, but the last time this happened, my assistant ended up speaking to Governor Hurst about it. Now, run off and get it for me.
What happened to your last assistant?
I don't know. At first I thought I had multiple assistants that rotated in and out, but it seems I've only ever had one at a time and they all just stopped showing up. I believe my last assistant was supposed to get me some coffee, but never came back. I honestly wasn't listening to whatever they were crying about.
What's in your shipment?
What's in the shipment? A good assistant knows it's not their place to ask. Bad assistants get fired. Mediocre assistants get... You know what? I forgot where I was going with this, but it doesn't matter. Just get it for me, will you? Also, I don't quite remember. But it is important, that I know.
Family-owned businesses.
Oh, you're done?
Graffiti and other street art is not tolerated per Sidonian City Ordinance 5.82.
Swear to God.
Failure to comply with this ordinance will result in fines not exceeding 5,000 credits or 100 hours community service.
Sidonia.
You know, I believe there is, Colgrim.
Make sure to get yourself.
Hello. Welcome. I don't usually have time to speak with random people off the street, but I'd be happy to help if it's something quick. What can I do for you?
Happy to help, Warcraft Code. There is something important I need from you.
Something important, huh? Well, lay it out for me.
I'm here on behalf of Peter Brennan.
Well then, you've been quite busy making a name for yourself, haven't you?
What do you mean?
It's okay. You can drop the act with me. So look, I admire a go-getter like yourself. You're not in trouble unless you make trouble. And I don't think you're the type. I know you're not really Mr. Brennan's assistant. I don't know exactly what you're up to, but I have little reason to suspect you're up to no good. So let's cut to brass tacks. What can I do for you?
How do you know so much about me?
Word travels fast around Sidonia. It's my business to know these things. Frankly, I'm not worried about you. As long as you play your cards right, it'll stay that way.
Okay, I'm looking for Mr. Brennan's personal shipment, and he said you might know what happened to it.
Oh, I know exactly what happened to that shipment. However, I suspect Mr. Brennan neglected to tell you that I'm holding it due to his immense backlog of unpaid taxes. Then again, he may be unaware. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll release that shipment for you. But I'm going to need a favor first, since you seem to be adept at keeping quiet. See, my personal spacecraft was stolen, likely by Crimson Fleet pirates. I need someone to find it. Then I need that someone to destroy it. Discreetly. I need tight lips on this.
Why do you want me to destroy it?
Well, this is a tricky situation indeed. Not to get bogged down in details, but assuming this is the work of pirates, it's best to destroy the ship and everybody on board. Makes it cleaner for insurance purposes.
Okay.
Then we have an agreement. I'll send you to the ship's last known location. Remember, not a word of this leaves this room.
I'm just trying to get better mining equipment for the miners. That's all I'm doing.
How's everything with you? I'm doing great, actually. Thanks for asking. Just got a new job.
Okay.
Hey, friend. Don't mean to bother you, but I could really use some help here. It is good to see someone out here. I've been drifting alone here for 2 days without help.
Don't worry, I'm a Crimson Fleet pirate like you. I'm here to help.
Wait, you on the account? Alright, come on board. I hope you've got some extra ship parts for repairs, because we're going to need it to get this thing back to base.
There we go. I haven't reviewed Skyrim, so I don't know. I can't speak to that.
So, you're a pirate? Please. We know you're not really with the fleet. Word of advice? Learn the lingo before you attempt anything so stupid again. You've got 2 choices. We need ship parts to repair our busted craft drive. Hand them over along with your ship, and maybe we'll let you leave. Or we dust you and take it anyway. You've got to the count of 20 before I make that choice for you.
Okay. Option 3. I kill you all and carry out the remainder of my mission.
Death it is!
You're level 2, dude.
Tell them who the bad guys are.
I'm asking you to take care of the ship and anyone on board. I don't care how you do it, just want someone rid of this problem before they catch on. If someone finds out I'm having an affair, and that the woman involved ran off with my government-issued ship, I'm sure you'd understand it would be very bad for me. I'd like to get ahead of that and just chalk it up to simple theft and destruction. I repeat, ship must be destroyed, or we consider the terms of your payment null and void. Right. Can I help you?
That's the best you can do!
No. Any questions?
Got some.
There's a lot of pirates on this ship. Why did they send this many people to blow up a ship? Listen, they really feel their chances, Savicom. They're feeling lucky today. They just had a big ol', like, pep talk right before, right? Good night, Crazy Norse. My name is Sylvia Schloss. I've been drifting with no fuel for over a week and no sign of rescue. To those I have wronged, I wish I could say I'm sorry, but the truth is, I don't know if that's true. This isn't how I would have liked to die, but the guilt and uncertainty has driven me to take my own life. Goodbye. Suicide! That's just for you, YouTube. Enjoy it. Savor it. Thanks, Uthor. Hey, look, duplicates of the message I just looted from the ship. That's actually pretty weird. But whatever.
They say the mines go on forever, as do the contracts.
You know, I'm not sure, Warcraft God. If I find better armor, I'll see if I can poke around with it on him.
The community center on P1 is a good place to connect with them.
I hope I'm not bothering you.
Here, whoops.
What a day, huh?
I sure hope you've taken care of our little, problem.
Yep.
Did you, take care of my little problem?
Yes.
Good. I'll release Mr. Brennan's shipment to you as promised. I'll even defer his taxes as a little bonus. You really helped me out of this bind. Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope I'm never in need of your help like this again.
Do you work for me? It's hard to keep track these days. My shipment. Do you have it yet?
Yes. Also, you owe taxes.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks for getting this for me. Now, could you be a pal and get to my computer messages? Oh, they've been piling up while you were gone, and I need you to respond to them for me. Here's my password. Just make sure your replies sound like they're coming from me. I have a reputation to maintain.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at our messages. Looking forward to discussing our potential partnership. I know opportunities to buy Martian ore don't come up very often, so I want you to know I'm willing to make a very generous offer. Let's discuss in person. Uh-huh. What else we got? Psych evaluation. Your psyche eval turned up some interesting stuff. I think it would be good for you to come speak with me sometime so I can make sure you understood the questions properly and you can provide some clarity. For instance, I think you may have completely misunderstood question number 6. I'm not even sure that person works on Mars, let alone for this company. Let's chat a bit, try to resolve this so I can submit a proper evaluation. I know you have an outstanding tax balance. This is from the governor who we just worked for. As a consequence, we've held up a shipment for you in hopes it'll motivate you to speak with us and come pay off your balance so we can release it to you. As we value Deimos as a local business, we don't want to see this escalate any further than it needs to due to personal matters such as this. Thank you for understanding. Hello, loser. Since I realized you don't even check your work computer for actual work purposes, I realized I could say anything, and you'll never know. Blarg, boogity-boo. You can just say nonsense if y'all want, doesn't matter. But here's some real truth. You've got a BO problem. You're lazy and incompetent. You're an entitled trust fund kid who lucked into your position because of you-know-who. But it's not even that. It's because your daddy knows. Yet they can't fire you because it'd be bad for the company. What a joke. You never even learned my name. I was your assistant for 3 damn years. It's Tim. Not even that hard to say. It's 3 letters. Working for you made me mad. I'm glad I quit. I bet you didn't even notice. Yeah. Well, let's go to requests. What do we got here? Some of us have been working hard for almost 15 years, but we're still stuck with the standard 10 days off per year. Now, I'm grateful for the employment, but I've heard some buddies say they get 15 PTO once they hit 10 years service. Anytime we can say, done. Request approved. Drink selection. I just want the company to offer some different drink options. Done. Gotten word from the other executive you haven't replied to your message in a timely manner. I'm writing this request in hopes that you or your assistant, when we hire one, might see to it. Done. Replace mining equipment. Yep. Approved. You're welcome. Goodbye, boss.
Mars isn't for everybody.
What's that, Huthor?
I hope I didn't make him. I wonder what's taking Hank so long.
So, I want you to appreciate what I just did for you.
I saw. Good work. See? I knew having someone on the inside like that would work out. I've already put it in order for the equipment. I was going to ask you to pick it up for me, but there's a problem. One of my guys, Hank Ferraro, offered to go. I tried to tell him he'd be more useful sticking to his job here, but he insisted, and he was already on his way out before I could stop him. But it shouldn't be taking this long. Just a quick trip to Gagarin and back. I'm concerned. I could use some help with this.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. This is a huge help. You'll be happy to know I actually carved out some of the budget so I can pay you for all of your assistance. We don't currently have much information to go on. I'd suggest checking with Sidonia's ship services over at the starport first. They'd be the last person I know that's seen Hank. It's all I've got without sending you all the way to Gagarin to retrace his steps. Good luck.
I like that idea, Huthor. They could still have space travel and ships and starports and plenty of locations. We've got a pretty big solar system. The addition of other systems doesn't really change anything at all. Even the fact that Earth is a death pile for some reason doesn't change anything, because it just means we never go to Earth. We go everywhere else. I mean, how much time have we spent on Earth in this game? Oh, that's right. None. What am I doing? Okay, that's like right here. Yeah, but like for a good story, Blade Jamal. I'm sorry. But yeah. I mean, hell, I've been wanting a more zoomed-in sci-fi game for a while now. If you remember, that was my suggestion for Mass Effect 4 as well.
Need some work done? Got anything you need to offload? Trade Authority is always buying. Kiosk right here for you.
Hank Ferraro?
Let's see here. Hank. No one by that name. Oh, wait. Here we go. Henry Ferraro. Hank's gotta be his nickname. Yeah, he's been through here. Took his ship and departed. Actually, it looks like he came back into Mars space recently. But he didn't land here at the spaceport. The ship diverted and landed outside the city a ways.
No, at the moment, we're supposed to be doing all the side quests. This has just turned into a function quest. So I better report this.
Seems likely. At least we know he's here on Mars somewhere. You should definitely let your boss know before contacting security. Just in case there's been a mix-up or something, you know? Let me know if you need anything else from me. I'm glad to help.
Thanks. For real. But no, I mean, what I meant, Lord Harrimont, I guess you've never heard me talk about this. One of the biggest ideas I had for Mass Effect, 5, is that rather than being interstellar in any real sense, it's actually interplanetary. That with the FTL knocked out and the mass relays gone, they're trapped in system, and they could travel in between planets in the system, but they're still stuck in there, and have pretty much the entire main story be dealt with dealing with that, right? That's, oh god, you know, kind of make the whole thing a now what sort of a story. Yeah, because securing food, trying to figure out the political situation because the governmental bodies they used to belong to don't really exist anymore, trying to set up communication satellites. What I'm picturing is functionally, or I guess structurally, a little similar to New Vegas, because the MSQ would probably be focused on who do you, the player, end up backing to become the new big swinging stick in this particular area. Yeah, I know, Enemy Show, I know. Just let's ignore that for a second. If Mass Effect is willing to ignore canon, I can ignore canon too, okay?
Keep a lookout. Notify us if you see anything.
In all honesty, and I will freely admit my own embarrassment on this, when I first posited that idea, I actually completely spaced on the fact that there is another form of FTL in the setting. So, admittedly, that idea wouldn't really work. I like that idea a lot.
I wonder what's taking Hank so long.
Whatever, I give up.
I hope I didn't make a mistake by letting Hank go.
Anyway, so he bailed on you.
That's a little suspicious. Why would he do that? Moreover, why wouldn't he return with the goods?
Good question.
Something's definitely up. I asked around while you were gone. Some of his co-workers mentioned there's been a little extra, well, Hank lately. In particular, he was cursing up a storm about work and about his co-workers. Said some things that make me think his intentions here were not pure. Anyway, he's not too bright. Maybe he's still here in Sidonia. Check the Broken Spear. He frequently goes there to drink. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Remember, it's most important that we find out where the equipment is. We can always deal with Hank later. We've got to do it before we lose track of it, before it gets sold, moved, or worse. And we've got to hope to whatever higher power you believe in that it wasn't jettisoned into space. We've got our work cut out for us. Good luck.
I mean, as a reminder, supposedly they're actually working on Mass Effect 5, Lord Harriman. I say supposedly because we have the most vaguest, barest scraps of info, but they have officially announced the project. For whatever that's worth.
Things can get pretty glum around here.
Citizens are advised to take caution near the military outposts on the city's outskirts due to frequent live fire.
Okay. So they have FTL, right? But it's slower. So they don't really have... Wherever we set it, they don't actually have access to the resources they need nearby. Relatively nearby. Gonna eat me show. So, you know, obviously, because yeah, they do have the standard FTL. You actually use it in the games even. There was a trailer for N7 Day. We call it that. So, make it so that the time gap kind of starts pushing certain aspects of the political structure away, right? So we could just kind of lean into the New Vegas concept even more than I was actually intending to. Make it so that two major polities, interstellar polities, are both interested in the system the game's set in for whatever reason. Doesn't matter why. You know, in New Vegas, it was the Hoover Dam, right? It's not hard to come up with a geographical reason for someone to care about a system. So there's a reason there. They care about it. So we've got them, but none of them are like instantaneously available. They can show up, and they're a looming threat, but we don't have the ability for them to just show up instantaneously because no relays. Okay, no problem. So we've got little problems like basic things like resources and food, which are solved problems, but several of them want to try and set up like farms or hydroponics bays or something in order to try and produce the kind of food that the people living there still need, especially those who are, I think it's Dextro is the other group, as opposed to, I think it was Amino, forgive me if I'm wrong here, because sure, they could import food, but if there's like one missed shipment because of how long the gap is in between those shipments showing up, one missed shipment could lead to literal starvation. So they want to set stuff up locally. So there's one little story arc right there, right? One quest arc is just about getting that set up. Maybe having a local group of ex-military who are needing to be dealt with in various ways. Like some of them have kind of started going shell-shocked because of everything, you know, because of the trauma of fighting the Reapers. And some of them have decided to just start claiming whatever they can with whatever they can in the area. So you've got like this bandit group, which already has multiple layers and nuances to it based on the motivations of the people who have joined it. And so dealing with that group, either reacclimatizing them or legitimizing them, is some way to try and smooth over that problem. And you get the idea, right? There's little regional problems that we could design. I'm going to stop here because I don't want to bore you. But there's little regional problems we could design and bake into the system that have to be dealt with while, and yeah, Cerberus is headless. And if we're going to deal with that, there's all kinds of directions we could do it. We know for total certainty that people who are, I'm so tired, who are not hyped up, who are reprogrammed, have some lingering effects of that reprogramming even after the Reapers are no longer there to take direct control of them. So maybe some of the Cerberus troops are just wonky, right? Maybe they're the acceptable targets. So I mentioned the nuance of the bandit group, but then there's the Cerberus people. There's your acceptable targets. They're people who are just blindly killing and destroying everything because it was pretty much the last command that was beamed into their brain with the indoctrination. That's the freaking word. And yeah, maybe they're not even functionally people anymore. Maybe they have just been too husked out to even function anymore. That's another possibility. Maybe there's a big cultural and political and possible even religious movement that's going throughout the system to push away from all the Reaper tech, from all the technology that they reverse engineered from the Reapers, which of course would be a huge amount of technology that a lot of their society kind of relies upon, even at its infrastructure, its bones. And so you can understand where they're coming from, and you can understand why they're so solidified on it. But at the same time, just ripping out the roots out of so many systems is going to be really bad for a lot of people. So you have to decide how you deal with that scenario, and so on. And there's your Mass Effect 5. None of that will ever happen. If Mass Effect 5 even... Hang on, let's find out. Will Mass Effect 5 come out? It will, apparently, today. Will Mass Effect 5 be good? I'm not going to flip for that. There's no way Mass Effect 5 is going to be worth a damn.
Got a problem or something? Ha! Just messing with you.
Where's the new equipment?
Questions, huh? Let me buy you a beer first.
No.
Suit yourself. Anyway, I seen you talking to Trevor. What's someone like you doing sticking your nose where it doesn't belong?
I'm just trying to help out. You went to get the new equipment, you didn't return it.
You're right. I didn't want to bring it back, so I took it. I had to. Those guys all think I'm some kind of joke. And I'm stuck with this stupid 3-year contract. I can't afford to break it. So, screw Deimos, screw Trevor and all the other miners. Losing that equipment's the last straw for them. Did he tell you that? One last failure in a string of failures to meet quotas. It'll be layoffs for everyone, and I won't owe Deimos a damn credit.
Just to be clear, you are deliberately sabotaging an entire mining outfit in order to get as many people fired as possible, in order to ensure that you don't have to hold up to a contract that you signed to deliver goods for them. And yeah, that's a civil court, Warcraft Code, not a criminal court. There's a huge difference here in the States between criminal matters and civil matters. I would not recommend watching Judge Judy, personally, though. Yeah, and that's when I shot him, Your Honor.
Shit. You're right. Fine. You got me. What do you say I take you to the goods and we bring it back? You can even say you found it. Just don't turn me in, alright?
I don't care about bringing you to justice, to be completely honest with you.
Sure, fine. I get it. Just, follow me. We're going outside.
Oh yeah, this is very legitimate. Sure, let me follow you outside. I mean, if you like reality TV over drama, then yeah, go ahead, Warcraft Code. No judgment. I know several people like over drama. And I know you've probably never heard me say that sentence before, and that's because I just came up with that word like a couple of days ago when trying to describe that particular type of over drama. It's almost always in television, right?
Almost break time. Come on, you can make it.
Like, I like dramatic things. What I don't like is people yelling at each other and screaming at each other about nothing. All right. Alright, so is he going to attack us or run? What do you think?
Man, I'm impressed you figured it all out on your own. I thought I was being real careful. It was so easy, right? Boss man Trevor's so loud sometimes, you know? And I got good hearing, so I overheard you all talking about this equipment. I knew what it meant to everyone and how screwed they'd all be without it. And then Trevor just lets me go pick it up because he thought I was showing initiative. It really was the perfect plan.
Yeah, I don't get it either, Huthor. It's weirdly common. Also, YouTube has been drifting that direction too. I don't know if you're familiar with that. You look at the actual top performing and top watched YouTube channels. I don't mean like the big YouTubers. I mean the people actually above that. It's all just really cheap reality TV crap.
You know, it's too bad. I bet I could have made bank on selling this stuff. What do you think? 500 grand? Cool meal, maybe? But where would I even have sold it? Not like I would have been able to march pallets of mining equipment down to Jane's without anyone noticing. Probably best we're returning it, because what a nightmare that would have been trying to offload it. And trying to destroy it all would have been another huge pain in the ass. It's mostly metal, right? What was I thinking? I guess I could have flown somewhere remote and buried it, dump it all in one of the old mines and forget about it. Huh, but then you would have been real screwed, huh? Good thing you found me before I did that. Am I right?
We're probably gonna kill this guy. Just, you know. Dan Carlin or Mike Duncan? Doesn't sound familiar, Ross. Sorry.
Almost there, all right? I had to park my ship off a ways so they wouldn't find it right away. I'm sure you get it. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Didn't think I'd be going all the way back so soon. At least you won't have to walk all the way back, eh? I mean, you know, maybe we'll take the ship back to port and let someone else unload it, save ourselves the hassle of hauling it all back ourselves. Anyway, see it just up ahead?
It sounds familiar, Huthor, but no.
All right, that's enough. Now face me, so I don't have to shoot you in the back.
Yeah, I knew you wanted me alone so you could kill me, because you're an idiot.
Shit. You knew?
Yeah. You're level 1, dude.
Is it weird that I still get nervous around you? We're literally best friends, after all.
Pacing, length. I don't know what else here. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, I was looking forward to taking that ship. Sucks to be me, I suppose. Hey, Torma Chris. Thank you very, very much for the sub. Always appreciate it. I mean, the dude was level 1. I don't think I needed to be level 13 or whatever I am right now. Yeah, 13. With a decent gun to deal with that problem. If you know what's up to 3 things you want to put towards Drama, Chris, please let me know.
Used to think I was Vanguard material.
If you're going to use the elevators or stairs,
I'm looking for any luck?
Yeah.
Oh, do tell. What took him so long?
He stole it in hopes of getting you fired, and then he tried to kill me.
Well, I can assume how that went from the fact that you're here and he's not. He worked hard, but he was a dumb kid. I just never thought he'd be that stupid. Or dangerous. It's a real shame. But I'm glad you managed to resolve it and get back our equipment. I'll take it from here. You really saved our asses. I'm not sure how I would have explained to the suits that we lost all that new stuff. Thanks. If you're still looking to help us out, maybe check with Rivka. She seems to be having a rough go as of late.
I'd rather not, if that's okay with you. I'd like to be done with this quest forever. Which it looks like we are, so that's nice. A game that addresses the fact that you're a main character in a good way. Mass Effect, Final Fantasy VII, Witcher 3, Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft Legion specifically, Breath of Fire 2, Breath of Fire 1, Breath of Fire 3, Final Fantasy VI, arguably, Dragon Age Origins, KOTOR 1, KOTOR 2.
Watch out for the robots.
always nice to kick back at the broken spear after a long day.
Exactly. Think about how much effort was put into making it seem like Kefka deserves to be the main character.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy.
I brought something that should interest the Crimson Fleet.
Here's an idea. Why don't you shout that louder so everyone at UC Security hears? Either show me what you're trying to unload or get the hell out of here.
Here you go.
Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
All right, I'm out. Peace.
All I'm going to point at is the ceiling, with my middle finger. Get that stuff out of here before UC security catches on. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit.
You've got to be joking. So we're putting that towards Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 R. Thank you, Tormacris. Again. Fine, here, have some money.
You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you. There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
How may I serve you?
Kill her.
Only employees of Deimos Staryard's mining division are authorized to mine resources.
And I like to think that he stayed behind and beat her to death with his bare hands.
A friend offered me a nice cushy office job, but I'm making double out here in the Sidonia mines.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away.
Bowden said you could help me move some of this.
Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first.
Okay.
Right down to business! And no small talk. I like it. Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back.
Okay.
Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable-looking guy in the entire place.
But what's talking to myself gonna do for us? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, if it's Hank, he tried to kill me, and that didn't go very well for him. I could see that, Yura. I admittedly don't agree, but I could see the perspective. See, to me, WoW vanilla combat just feels boring. And you know me, boring is one of the worst sins you can commit for something like that.
Something I can help you with?
Yeah, you owe a debt to Adler Kemp.
Adler Kemp? Who the heck is that?
Very convincing.
Adler, you said? Nope. I think you have me mixed up with someone else. Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to go home, wash off the dust, and relax. This has been fun, though. Whatever.
Okay, nice knowing you. I'm sure your funeral will be lovely.
Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Hmm? Oh, wait. You mean that Adler? Yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about someone else. I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Hmm? Sound good? Yeah?
I don't think he's going to be satisfied with that option.
Well, I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You know? Right?
I will give you 3,000 credits if you stop borrowing from freaking pirates.
Holy crap. Really? You'd do that for me? Wow. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. For everything. And don't worry. I'll never borrow anything from Adler again. I promise.
Is it weird that I still get nervous around you?
A friendly reminder that throwing litter off the balcony is prohibited. Please use an authorized waste receptacle.
Yeah, this once again brings into the question, how is there no evidence on the fact that these people are criminals? Which, I remind you, is the entire goal of this particular quest arc, is to prove that these criminals are, in fact, criminals.
Careful near the railings on the upper levels.
That's okay, I got a jetpack.
I still can't believe we finally got all those.
Have something for me?
Yes.
Well, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message?
Yeah, he got the message.
Nice. Nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more.
I'd really rather not.
You can handle running with my, associates.
Please stop giving me quests.
No. There's no maybe. If you want to join up with us, you have to push every damn chip you've got into the pot. I'm talking all in. So can you handle it or what?
Fine.
That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
What's next on the agenda? Saving the world? Saving the galaxy? Saving...
I couldn't hear you under the musical cues there, sorry.
Stay away from the Sixth Circle unless you're a minor. Or at least don't come...
I just...
Trying to me if anything happens to you.
Hang on. One last thing before I leave this dust ball. Hopefully forever.
Welcome to Sidonia Security. I'm Commander Vincent Woodard, Chief of Planetary Security and former head of the Red Devils program here on Mars. I tend to deal with security at a high governmental level, whereas my associate Booth over there handles day-to-day security issues. So if you're looking to report a minor crime or misdemeanor, see him. But if there's something I can help you with, feel free to ask.
Governor Hurst has been involved in criminal activities.
That's a pretty serious accusation. I assume you have proof of these alleged illicit activities?
I do. Here you go.
Let me take a look at that. Well, this doesn't look good for Hurst. I'll say that. You did the right thing by coming to me. I'll take it from here. The United Colonies thanks you for your vigilance.
Please keep prolonged...
No ex-condos, huh? Anything special, but plenty of people call them home.
Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew.
Yeah.
We'll see. When the waters get deep, it's sink or swim. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little task I have planned for you. There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Reek. I want him dead.
Why do the ships also freeze like they were a person whenever we talk to them? Don't answer that. The reason the ships freeze like they're a person whenever they talk to them is because in programming terms, I almost guarantee you, they are in fact being considered a person for conversation purposes. So it's actually loading the same conversation procedure or aspect of the script when we talk to a ship. That's why these scenes look so kind of weird. Done.
It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long.
See what I mean? I'm not even necessarily digging that. It's just, it's interesting. All right. I figured out another way in which this game's bothering me. It's something I've talked about before, so forgive me, because I'm kind of trying to put the pieces together a little bit. I want you to imagine for a moment that you're playing Skyrim, and you're in Whitehold, okay? And you go and you talk to someone who's like, "Hey, could you go do this quest for me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And you walk out to the exit gate, right? You know, the gate that determines the zone is what you go through in order to enter the overworld cell. So you hit that gate, and then there's a loading screen, and then you're in some completely unrelated hut. There's no overworld. You're just teleported to where you're actually supposed to go for the next quest. And you go through that quest, you do it, and you kill the people, and you get the evidence, and then you hit the door of that hut, and then you're back in Whitehold. And now that you're back in Whitehold, you go and you turn in the quest, and you get a few more people to talk about, and you get 4 people to go, and then it's all right, okay, now we gotta go to this other thing, and you go hit the gate, and there's a fast travel option to go talk to this other, like there's this spot. You can't actually leave this spot. And it's just like this little square where there's this one person that's like, "Hey, I want you to go kill this guy for me." No problem. And as soon as you try to leave the area, a little pop-up thing shows up saying, "Would you like to leave the area?" And you say, "Sure." And then you teleport immediately to the thing. Do you feel the problem here? The world is utterly disconnected from itself. That is exactly what I was going to go for. In fact, I do have a term for this, which I've already written down in the document. Visual discontinuity. There's so little connection between the places we're going to that I legitimately feel like I'm just teleporting between cells. It's really throwing me. It's throwing me really hard, and it's been doing it the whole game. Warcraft Code mentioned having trouble keeping track of where we're at in a given quest chain. And Tormacris mentioned that this is a game that just doesn't fit the typical Bethesda loop. And yeah, I agree. Both of these are just kind of... What? So, okay, let's go teleport to another cell. Yeah, there's ways this could work, absolutely. Both for this and for just...
Dmitry Moldavsky, pilot of the Ragana. We are a simple transport ship heading to New Homestead. We do not want any trouble.
Yeah, no, exactly, Star Wars. This gameplay loop worked just fine, honestly, for Fallout 4, which had, you know, the cityscape and the surrounding wastelands and whatever. It worked fine for Skyrim. It worked fine for Oblivion. It worked fine for Fallout 3 with the Capital Wasteland. It's bizarre. It's so disconnected. And I also have another random thought to share here, and I just realized that I think I'm about to get tarred and feathered by everyone in the universe simultaneously. I feel like the Bethesda style of making a game, both in terms of story and in terms of visuals and in terms of gameplay, I think Bethesda makes better Fallout games than they do make Elder Scrolls games. Because, hear me out for 1 second. The style and tone and vibe of this game kinda works for me if this was all planet bound. If this was just a planet and we were just roaming around, going to, you know, to the mining spot, to the mining city, which is over here, and then we roam across there, or maybe we hop in our hover car and go, and we go over, and there's the super advanced looking city, and over here's the western town, and over there's the cyberpunk town. And yeah, just really zoom the camera in and really shrink the scale of the game substantially. I don't think I would have quite as much of a problem with it. And yeah, this could make the wasteland sections make a degree more sense, especially if there's all kinds of story things you could do to justify having this kind of a spread on like one moon or one planet or whatever. You'll notice that a huge majority of the areas we're traversing in here really, really look and feel like Fallout zones, right? Like, you remember that the Mantis dungeon we did earlier ago, which is actually kind of interesting? That very much felt to me like some random vault in Fallout, or a mini vault, or something like that. And most of the towns and sheds also kind of just give across that vibe. And yeah, Bethesda generally tends to do better at small-scale stuff, just historically speaking. So, you have a crewman on board I'm looking for.
All right. And what are your intentions with this crewman?
These are some interesting options, actually. So we can because we are actually with System Dev. We've joined the SysDev faction now. The fleet wants Austin Rake dead. I'd like to board your ship and talk about how to spare him. Or, here's what's going to happen. You're going to open your hatch and I'm going to board. Or, kill Austin Rake and I'll let you go. Or we can kill them all. This is actually some interesting options here. And I just realized we shouldn't even be doing this quest because I just realized we're technically doing a faction quest. I was beelining the faction quest just a little bit to get the drugs out of my hold so I can stop running around with contraband. But now we can go ahead and pause this chain again and move on with it. So, having said that, we are a good person.
Well, normally I would say no, but frankly it will be safer for us that way. Alright, you can dock. We will talk then.
Well, that's something I've been talking about since the beginning, I really feel like Bethesda was good at making places feel big without them actually being big. Imperial City and Oblivion, or hell, Vivek. The Vivek City in Morrowind are two excellent examples of places that feel a lot bigger than they are, because they're actually really, really small. And Fallout 3, Megaton is a good example of a city that is minuscule, but feels much larger than it actually is. Okay, so, let's chat.
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship.
Yes.
If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it.
Yes.
I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece.
So, I don't know who's listening over comms. This is safer.
That is true. Which means you don't want somebody to know what you are really up to. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about?
Yeah, sure. The fleet wants Rake dead, and I want us to resolve this without violence.
You really do not know which one of us is Rake, do you?
And you do not seem to care either, which makes me think you really want to save him. Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never on board. Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port.
You have to deliver him to Sistef. If the fleet finds out, we're both exposed.
That is fair. We do not want any part of the fleet. Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed. You go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
Thank you for letting us go.
You're welcome. You know another game that was really zoomed in the Bethesda style that worked? I'll give you a hint. It's the only BRPG we've covered to date. Because, really, Outer Worlds was a very zoomed-in game. Oh, right, we've covered Oblivion. God, I am tired. I was talking about Outer Worlds. Although Oblivion is actually pretty zoomed in, too. So, I guess that also qualifies. Okay, so now we're going to pretend that we never are going to do any of those quests again. We're just going to... It's like, hey, don't keep me waiting. And now we're going to just keep her waiting while we do every other activity in the universe. So let's set a course here really quick. Oh my god, back to Mars?! I'm 40 minutes over my cutoff point. I was kind of hoping to reach like a natural cutoff point. I'm going to go ahead and cut off my head. I'll see you guys next time.